you guys, it's an open panel. I dropped the link so you guys can go ahead and start coming up if you want to. Yeah, I was there hollering. It just went down between the NAJB and Donald Trump. If y'all coming, hit the link. I dropped the link in the comment section, honey. Come up, come up, come up. It is a mess. Remember what I was telling y'all, girl? Like, it's going down per minute. It's almost like it's like we're on a never-ending roller coaster, girl. Like, it's like every moment is action-packed, girl. Like, America is lit as fuck right now, girl. Like, lit as fuck. All right, we gotta talk about it. We gotta get into it. I want to know what you guys think about what the hell just went down on NAJB. I'm going to pull it up for those of you who missed it. Hit the link, hit the link, hit the link. Before we get into it, you guys already know I need you all to thumbs up the video. Thumbing up not only helps the YouTube algorithm, but it triggers up YouTube's notification system, which we're going to need because I probably done blew all my notifications out, girl. We already done been live twice today. Then you get notifications from the community wall, so YouTube really ain't sending out no notifications like that. So I need you guys to thumbs up, and share. Also, if you're new here, definitely subscribe. Shout out to all of the newbies. Make sure that you have your notification bell set to all. And last but not least, share this stream out to wherever it is you have digital community, whether that be your Twitter, your MySpace, your Instagram, your Insta story, Facebook, the dark side of Twitter, coming on your personal OF. I don't really give a damn where you like the link. Get some horse, know that we're loud, live, and in color. But no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, you guys, I just dropped the link again. Let me speak to my conscious crew in the building. Then I'm going to start letting y'all up. Once again, this is an open panel, so everyone is welcome to pop off, to sound off. What's going on, Laterra? Hey, Shauna. What's going on? Deference View. What's going on, Miss Williams? What's going on, Sister Phyllis? Hey, St. Marquise. What's going on, you guys? Hey, what's going on? Buddha Bell Salute. I'm going to have to question the people who voting for that man. What's going on, Nene Goat? What's going on, Tea Tree Oil? Hey, y'all. All right, let me pull up my people, honey. We got D Sex in the building. D Sex in the building. My girl, Shauna. What's going on, y'all?
How to do?
Hey. Hey, how you doing? Long time no see, sis.
It's been a minute, but I've been great. How are you?
Shy, you been over there getting you together, honey. I'm loving it.
Oh, thank you.
I be checking you out on Instagram and stuff. Look at my girl, honey. Fuck it up.
Yeah, it's been a great summer for me.
Oh my God. I cannot Shy, between Kamala and Trump, it's a whole summer by itself. So I know y'all probably just saw what went down. D, I know you probably saw it. Y'all, I don't know how y'all want to do this because this kind of improvisation. I don't know if y'all want me to pull it up and let it run and we talk about it, or y'all just want to freestyle it. What y'all want to do? Because it was a lot going on.
Oh, I mean, where to begin? I definitely feel like we should break down what exactly took place, and then maybe you can play some clips if you want. For those who do not know, Trump literally maybe an hour ago spoke at the National Association of Black Journalists Convention in Chicago, and it was a disaster. I watched in real time.
Real time. Okay, so let's back up a little bit then. With that being the case, because we also know that the NAJB received a lot of backlash once it was announced that Trump was going to be invited to a sit down and with a little chit chat. A lot of people started like pulling out of support for them. They felt this was a slap in the face. Like, why are you guys making space for Trump after, you know, everything that he said about Black journalists? Like, screw Trump, we don't care, blah, 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 blah. What were your thoughts about NAJB even sitting down with Trump? Like, what did you initially think that was even about, D?
So in normal circumstances, I would have been for it because I do feel, you know, it's a two-party system. We should hear from both candidates. But because of this particular candidate's disgusting history, not just with the organization itself, but with particular journalists. One journalist I follow is April Ryan, who was constantly in headlines for being able to stand up to Trump during his presidency. He disrespected her. The organization honored her with Journalist of the Year in 2017. So she knows how he is with Black journalists who push back. And she had an issue with it. But what's interesting is the way in which this particular convention went about and how the narrative was that Kamala turned it down, which wasn't the case. She had a scheduling conflict. For example, I'm in Houston. She's here in Houston today to speak at a sororities convention. So she's had a lot of things going on. And she has less than 100 days to run for president. So she's a lot on her plate.
Booked and busy, honey.
Right. She's
see me on the debate stage. Trump.
Exactly. So the narrative was she pulled out of the event, which wasn't the case. She wanted to do it virtually, but the organization wouldn't accommodate her schedule. So they're trying to work something out now where it's virtual. But Trump went on stage pretending like, oh, she didn't want to confront him. He was told she would be there. But it was this whole mess that they didn't clean up. But like back to your point, your question was his presence there. I feel like it was a misstep for the leadership to allow him on the stage. And if they were going to allow him, they should have checked him. The way that they had, I forgot her first name, but I think her last name is Scott. The way they allowed him to disrespect her continuously on their stage in their house, and no one stopped him, no one pulled him to the side, no one came to her defense, that was completely disrespectful.
Yeah. Oh, we're gonna get into it. Cause it was a lot of tea got spilled right out of the, like, before they even, like, once they put their booties in the seat, honey, it was like all type of expose was popping off from Trump to them. It was like it was a versus match on stage. I was like, what in the hell? Shauna, what were your initial thoughts about the NAJB sitting down with Trump and inviting him to the stage, etc., and also inviting coming president of the United States, Miss Harris? Like, what do you think?
Well, I only heard about this, I guess, the past day or maybe yesterday. So initially outraged, but I didn't realize it was going to be televised. So that was a huge shocker. And then I know April Ryan was pissed off. So I'm glad. I just love the era of let's just see it all, put it all out there. So I haven't watched. I watched a little bit, literally maybe a minute. I was so embarrassed. I was embarrassed for him. I couldn't even watch it. So that's why now I'm glad I have y'all. Yeah. So we can kiki and cackle along with it. But it's somebody wrote Zephyr's View wrote black women stepping up to the game. I think that was remarkable. I mean, that it talk about resilience.
Hello, sorority sister. Y'all know black women now. Black women don't play it when it comes to that AK stuff, that AK-47, AK-9, sorority, all that Alpha 5, honey. Like, if anybody go hold Kamala down, it's gonna be her sorority sisters, baby.
Oh, like, are they sorority sisters? I know nothing.
I don't know, but I'm just saying, like, I know how tight knit like sororities and fraternities be, and like protective of each other, etc. And a lot of high power black women come from sorority. So I'm sure that there's some type of, I'm sure they all belong to some type of organization. But they were saying it on BitNess. They were saying it was a lot going on. But we're gonna get into the critiques of it all. Because I want to play the first 2 minutes of this and get y'all's feedback, because it was a lot happening right out of the freaking gate. And it stayed tense. You can cut the tension with a butter knife, damn it. Where is my fair use at? Let me find my fair use. You guys, please thumbs up, 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 up. Of course, this is fair use for analyzation, parody, research purposes, etc. Once again, this is Donald Trump, who is set, to have questions to answer at the National Association of Black Journalists annual convention in Chicago. The comment section is already off the chain. He's getting dragged like hell in the comment section. This is just so funny to me. All right, let me go ahead and run this. All right, let's listen to Shy. So right out of the gate, it was interesting that Miss Blue here, because I don't know anybody's name, honey, like, she gave a look at the body language, like, girl, she didn't want to move in closer. She didn't really want no shoulder to shoulder, no chest to chest.
Look at her face.
I mean, look at the body language. I'm screaming.
Like,
and then it was the fact that the other two journalists literally didn't even stand up. They were already sitting down. They didn't even get up to greet him, girl. Like, so I already knew off the gate, because I'm a room reader, I'm a Scorpio. So once I just saw all the body language and just saw the situation, I was like, oh, girl, this is going to be real interesting. Like, I know Trump probably was on guard right out of the gate.
Thank you. How are you? Mr. President, we so appreciate you giving us an hour of your time. I want to start by addressing the elephant in the room, sir. A lot of people did not think it was appropriate for you to be here today. You have pushed false claims about some of your rivals, from Nikki Haley to former President Barack Obama, saying that they were not born in the United States, which is not true. You have told 4 congresswomen of color who were American citizens to go back to where they came from. You have used words like animal and rabbit to describe Black district attorneys. You've attacked Black journalists, calling them a loser, saying the questions that they ask are, quote, stupid and racist. You've had dinner with a white supremacist at your Mar-a-Lago resort. So my question, sir, now that you are asking Black supporters to vote for you, why should Black voters trust you after you have used language like that?
I mean, it's so much going on just out of the gate. I can't even get out of the gate, y'all. I mean, it's just, first of all, it's just her getting, she literally got straight to business. Like, there was no, can you introduce yourself, former president? It was no like, let me introduce other ladies, honey. Like, I'm talking about like sword straight in, like dagger straight into the chest. And this is when we learned about what's going on behind the curtains.
First of all, I don't think I've ever been asked a question. So I'm going to check out.
Oh, love it. Got a commercial. Got to pay them bills. Y'all thumbs up and share, y'all.
So, in such a horrible manner, first question. You don't even say, hello, how are you? Are you with ABC? Because I think they're a fake news network, a terrible network. And I think it's disgraceful that I came here in good spirit. I love the Black population of this country. I've done so much for the Black population of this country, including employment, including opportunity zones with Senator Tim Scott of North Carolina, which is one of the greatest programs ever for Black workers and Black entrepreneurs. I've done so much. And, and I say this, historically Black colleges and universities were out of money. They were stone cold broke. And I saved them and I gave them long-term financing and nobody else was doing it. I think it's a very rude introduction. I don't know exactly why you would do something like that. And let me go a step further. I was invited here, and I was told my opponent, whether it was Biden or Kamala, I was told my opponent was going to be here. It turned out my opponent isn't here. You invited me under false pretense. And then you said, you can't do it with Zoom. Well, where's Zoom? She's going to do it with Zoom, and she's not coming. And then you were half an hour late, just so we understand. I have too much respect for you to be late. They couldn't get their equipment working or something was
President,
wrong.
I would love
think
you
it's
to
a
answer the
very
question on
nasty
your
question.
rhetoric and why you
I have
believe that
answered
Black
the question.
voters trust you with another
I
5
have been
years.
the best president for the Black population since Abraham Lincoln.
Better
That's
than
my answer.
President Johnson, who signed the Voting Rights Act.
For you to start off a question and answer period, especially when you're 35 minutes late because you couldn't get your equipment to work in such a hostile manner, I think it's a disgrace.
Let me just ask a follow-up.
Wow. Okay, so right out of the gate, girl, Trump is like, first of all, you're out of order because your ass is already 30, 45 minutes late. Then you got the nerve not only to be on CP time, you got this raggedy ass equipment. I'm half past 100. I can't even hear 3 feet across the damn room. My hearing aid ain't working. The microphone ain't working. Y'all got all this blackity black ass shit up in here, and y'all invited me here. This how I'm treated. Do y'all feel like Trump had a point? D, what you thought about Trump clapping back?
See, because I was following in real time, I was following April Ryan on Twitter, and she was saying there was an issue with the fact checking. So if you go to April Ryan's Twitter, she said Trump did not want them to fact check in real time while he was speaking. And so there was a standoff between what he would allow and what they wouldn't allow. But when he comes on stage, he's saying there was a technical issue and whatever, which is why this was supposed to be an hour-long interview. It ended up being, hour-long panel ended up being 35 minutes because the time that they took to get whatever situated, he didn't give them another 30 minutes. So he ended up making this a short panel. I don't agree with anything that he had to say. I understand why she jumped into it because they were 30 minutes late. So it seemed like she was like, okay, well, forget the friendlies. Let's just get right down to business. And I'm guessing he doesn't like women like this. So he was already on the defensive before they could even really get into it. And then she opens with a question like that. He was not prepared. And he never fully recovered throughout this whole session from that one question she had for him.
Spell her Twitter again. I want to pull it up.
Yeah, let me pull it up.
You got thumbs up. Shauna, what were your thoughts about Trump clapping back?
His reaction was on par. Lie. I can't imagine what else he would say to combat that. I bet he's just not accustomed to people to confront him like that, and let alone a Black woman. So I haven't watched past this little episode, this part of it. So I'm super curious to see his responses after this. But it makes sense. It's his answers are to deflect by saying, that whatever was happening with production, and then to saying that he's done so much for Black people, of course.
But let me just say, when he was given an example of what he's done for Black people, he's mentioned opportunity zones. We don't have any proof that has benefited the low-income communities that was supposed to. It influenced, it benefited the investors because they were able to go into low-income neighborhoods and build whatever they wanted to, start whatever production. But the actual low-income people in those neighborhoods have not benefited from opportunity zones from what we can actually see statistically. So that's not even an accomplishment. He got up there and gave a bunch of nothing.
A bunch of damn nothing. Oh my God. Okay, hold on. This Twitter is acting crazy with me. Cause I can see her stuff on my phone, but why is it for Kamala Harris presidential campaign? I'm gonna have to put it up on my computer. That's what I'm gonna have to do. Okay, yeah. Okay, so all right. Yeah, I totally agree. Trump is the rudest, most since you believe in the First Amendment, baby, they first amending your ass up in there. I also was wondering, was this the initial plan in terms of the energy from NAJB? I wonder if like initially they was going to go in soft and be cute and cuddly with him, or because of the backlash from the public, they was like, oh girl, well, first of all, we still gonna do this interview because yeah, we gotta do them numbers. But now, like, the people ain't here for it, we gonna have to pull a reverse Uno and chew his ass up instead. Do y'all think this was always the energy that they were going to give him once they had decided to send the invite, or do y'all think this became the energy as a result of the backlash from the public?
I think it was a setup. I think this was the intention.
This was the
all
intention.
along. Yeah. I mean, these are journalists. It's like, especially, and clearly they didn't let April Ryan in on the secret, because she, I think she on Twitter, she was talking about how pissed she was. So, which is good. That even gives me chills, giving me even more excitement. The fact that they kept it on the wraps so much that they were willing to piss not only just Black people off, but previous winners of the Black Journalist Award.
And what you think, D? Out of the gate, it was going to be given foot on neck, heel on neck, or you think they adjusted after the public backlash?
I don't know if they had that intention in mind, because leadership within the organization started pulling back from the backlash. So I'm thinking if this was their plan all along, they would have stood 10 toes, but you could kind of see the mixed reactions kind of unsettled the organization. And so when it was publicized, there were so many journalists refusing to participate or withdrawing their support. So if that was their plan, I don't know how effective it'll be. But because this was so disastrous, it's kind of like there's a bunch of losers. They lost for hosting it. He lost for showing up.
Yeah, and I was reading something earlier like that one of the chairmen over there had stepped down. Like, she had put in her pink slip, like, y'all can have it. I do not stand for y'all platforming this man. Yeah, so you're right. It did seem like, because that's what made me ask this. I was like, okay, so it's given that initially they was going to try to be fair and just be accommodating and to try to have a real discussion with him and figure out, the way he thinks about things. And that wasn't flying for a lot of the people over there. And people literally started, I can't believe people quit. People literally quit. People literally stepped down.
But before this happened, the actual panel, or afterwards?
Yeah. No, this was before the panel.
Right. Well, I'm just wondering, what would they, if this was not their intention to put him on blast, then what was it? I mean, they're being journalists, for goodness sake. I mean, they are literally being the definition of journalists, or at least
that's what they were going to do just initially, is just be journalists. But then I think once the backlash came and they knew they still was going to go forward with the sit down, and they was like, all right, the only way we can make up for still forcing this on our people who telling us they don't want this shit, they don't want him, is if we use it as a drag session.
But I think it's they, I don't see how they lost, except for maybe I haven't seen the rest, so I can't really say fully, I guess, my full opinion of it. But I don't see how, unless it got real dirty gutter. I think what she asked is legit. I think anybody should have asked it. It should have asked it when the first time he even said, calling, Africa a shithole, and why didn't, or maybe they did, I don't know. Maybe it hasn't, it was never publicized or made a big deal out of it. But some of the racist things he said, when has a Black journalist said, why are you saying this? How is this helping Black people? I think that's how can you say these types of things and still say you're for Black people? I don't know if anybody's ever asked that, but I think that's 100% a legit question to ask, no matter whose platform you're on.
It might have been in the initial lineup, and then because they didn't have a lot of time, since apparently there were technical issues and all of this, they ain't even have time to really get to all of the questions that they wanted to ask.
I mean, maybe there's a little extra funk on the delivery. I could see that, but I can't imagine that any circumstances changed the fact that they were going to question him. Why should Black people, especially since it's a Black forum, why should Black people vote for you? Maybe if everything was smooth and there was no chaotic beginning, maybe it would have came out. Maybe there's a little more niceties. There was before she went in with that type of explosive question. But since there wasn't, maybe she put a little extra funk on it. And that's why there's some things that happened in the background. Maybe that's why there's a little bit more intensity behind it. But I can't imagine she wasn't going to ever ask that question.
Well, the reason why I see it as a fail for the NABJ is because they gained nothing from this. They had their own convention, their own wheelhouse where they can control the narrative, they control the energy. He comes in, he disrespects the panelists, he disrespects the organization by saying their equipment is from Shein, and he just walks all over them. He doesn't answer their questions. It's just a waste of everyone's time, and they didn't get their questions answered. They were disrespected. It's just like they gained nothing and lost so much credibility from my perspective. So that's why I feel like it was a fail.
And I get that, but isn't the purpose is to show even more, give people, I mean, you may or may not change your mind, but there's some people who, believe it or not, are still on their middle ground, even if it's just one person, to show the type of person he is in this Black environment, and the fact that he can't even answer a simple question as to why Black people should vote for you. And when he does, they're all lies. It's like, it put him in different types of environment and see how he responds, which is basically the same way, being the scammer and the grifter, lying grifter that he is. I think the more expose it every single day. He's doing a great job of it when he's going on with his rallies and all these media outlets putting him on blast there. So it's like, well, now it's our turn. I think showing this and his reaction is, in my opinion, a win.
And I could see that being the case. I just feel like it was at the expense of Rachel Scott, the woman in the blue suit, because he was calling her nasty, rude. It's like, you're putting your journalists up there to be attacked by this man so that we can prove a point that people should already know. I just don't know.
But people don't know. And the fact that he's attacking, I think that puts more on his character than it does on her. And what is she going to do? I mean, if she responded anything more than from a journalistic position, then, which they're already going to say, oh, she was rude, people are saying in the comments, but I think responding to his ignorance would make the situation worse.
I'm gonna tell you what the thing is for me. I think I kind of would have been a little bit embarrassed to go as hard as she did with Trump, considering that he kind of got hoodwinked and bamboozled on the belief that Kamala was supposed to be here and she ain't. And on the fact that we got some technical issues and that we late, but the reality is that his folk was the one who was holding everything up with his fact checking stuff. But then, like, they never corrected him. So I'm just like, well, does he have a point? Because y'all just let him drag the whole production and y'all ain't say nothing. Y'all wasn't like, no, that's not true. You're not late. You're not, like, we're not late. You're the one who late. Your team. Well, I don't know what it was, but I'm over here on April D. Ryan's Twitter. So she said 3 hours ago that Trump doesn't believe in what J.D. Vance said about childless cat ladies and tries to explain what he said. Trump came into our home, a Black press advocacy convention, and insulted us in our face. What is worse is he was invited to do this by NABJ leadership. Shame. Why would the NABJ allow him to be on the stage? Rachel Scott is so respected and asked a good question. He calls her rude. Trump, quote, Black job, anybody that has a job. She tweeted, this is an insult to people's intelligence. VP never made a turn and became a Black person. This is terrible and a disgrace. Rachel is fired to take this and move in. She was right to ask those questions. Trump is being very nasty. Now he is asking her to define DEI. Does he know? I am over it. Says, okay, someone is speaking. They are about to begin. His conversation with Donald Trump. And then she posted someone else's tweet who says that now this is what the Trump folks are saying about the hour delay. This is from the Trump War Room on Twitter. It says president has been waiting backstage for NABJ to fix their audio issues. Then she tweeted again and said, is this why we're waiting for an hour for Donald Trump? Because he is scared of the truth. Easy remedy, cancel the event. We are journalists and look at facts. And she had reposted someone named Philip Lewis on Twitter who had posted, I'm told that Trump is demanding the NABJ not to do the live fact checking. And that's why the event hasn't started yet. We're in a standoff. Bruh, the drama up at all, baby. They had it going on. So now I'm on the Trump War Room Twitter page to see what they posted. Why you lost Sophia president? Okay, so the Trump War Room is really calling out the let me see if I can share my screen to show y'all what I'm looking at. This is the Trump War Room Twitter page. As you guys can see here, it says, why do you lie, Sophia? President Trump got there early. President Trump patiently waited for them to fix their audio problems. But President Trump has a rally in Pennsylvania tonight. So because of their audio problem, they lost time on the panel. Tell the truth. Don't be like Steph K. Kite. Sophia said Trump agreed to sit for an hour-long interview. His team cut it off at 34 minutes, an indication of how much of a train wreck it was for him and also how good the questioning was. Okay, so 43 minutes ago, this person named Zachary Hallas, whatever that is, says, Scoop, a spokesperson for Harris's campaign tells me that the presumptive Democratic presidential nominee has changed her position and no longer supports federal job guarantee, an idea championed by some on the left and Green New Deal proponents. Trump Room says total flip-flop for Kamala, but you can't believe anything she says because she will say or do anything to be elected. All right, this person posted a clip from the sit down. We have limited time. Trump, you're the only one who helped me up for 35 minutes. And Miss Scott ate it. So it's looking like Trump narrative seems like it's more credible because once again, they let him say all that and they didn't correct him at all. Someone named Kurnovich said Trump went into a room of black journalists and others and treated them the same way he does anyone else. No pandering, no DEI treatment as equals. Listen to the audience laugh. They didn't boo like they did Mitt Romney under similar circumstances. Let me see if there's anything else here about the sit down that we can get back to the panel. There is zero chance that Kamala Harris will ever get a question, even a tenth as hostile and loaded as this one from anyone in the media. Yeah, but this man has directly disrespected black journalists. So, I mean, it was warranted, sir. Why did you close your response? All right. So, welcome to the panel. Emily and Rumors and Tea is going on. Do y'all want to give y'all initial thoughts before we proceed forward with the panel?
Well, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Rumors and Tea.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, hey, everyone. I was just going to say, first off, hats off to the black journalists. I know that many of them more than likely did not want to sit with Trump. But I understand in politics, when you're a journalist, you can speak, but you can't necessarily always be biased. You have to allow both candidates to have access to your forum. So my hat's off to them. I haven't seen all the circus show because I know anything with Trump is going to be a circus show. So I'm not surprised at anything, any antics, any lies that he spews. I'm not surprised if, some of it was true. I mean, what do we expect? This man is a tyrant. He's been disrespectful. So, like you were saying, if there's truth to anything that he's stating or whatever, like, okay, I don't feel any kind of way about it in reference to, his defense or anything, because it's justified. Look how he conducts himself. He just has no respect for no one but those that support his antics. So, and he barely has respect for them. So,
Okay, Emily.
I'm gonna save my commentary for the end.
Okay.
I mean, like when we get through this shit show of.
Okay, because it's a lot. Because I'm also on Roland Martin's Twitter, so we have to check some things out over here too. Because he was there and he was.
Oh yeah, he got into it with somebody.
Some things had went down, so I'm gonna be playing that. IG, welcome to the platform. Boo. Any initial thoughts?
Hey, IG.
Are you on mute, IG?
Oh, what's that? I didn't know it was my turn. I was just saying, hey, what's that, babe? I'm at the plantation. I was just now jumping in to the commentary. I just hit the link, so apparently there was supposed to be a Zoom meeting. I'm gonna just keep listening until y'all continue on with the commentary. I don't have no comments at the current moment.
Okay, so let's check out this interaction. I don't know who this man is, but Roland Martin got his ass all the way together quick, fast, and in a hurry.
He is Sean Hannity's producer, Conscious.
He's who?
Sean Hannity's producer.
Who is Sean? Who's that? I don't know who these people
Sean
is.
Hannity is, he's a left-wingist, like news.
Right-wing Fox pundit.
Oh, yeah, he's
right-wing.
I'm sorry. He's right-wing.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's his producer. The guy.
Okay, so this the white guy is the producer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, so let's listen.
What did he lie about? First of all, he lied about in terms of abortion in 9 months. That was a flat out lie. He lied about HBCU funding. Because the reality is, for 3 consecutive years, Donald Trump submitted a budget cutting HBCU funding. But that's not what you're talking about. Excuse me. The program that he cited about HBCU funding, guaranteeing funding, his budget zeroed that program out. It was under Bush, it was authorized under Obama, he zeroed it out. It was Congresswoman Almond Allers of North Carolina who put it back in. How were you in that seat today? I'm sorry. Let me say it to you. Why were you in that seat? Let me say it to you. Let me say it to you again. But that's not what you're talking about. When you interrupted the speech, you kept saying he lied. Let me say it, and I'm telling you the lie. That's not what you're talking about. Let me say it to you again. During the speech, I was listening to the speech, and I was listening to the speech. Interrupt. Here's the deal: the 3 panelists and the president. You were not one of the panelists. If you were the president, why were you up there? Well, actually, we have a journalist up here every year. We've been around 49 years. So we have multiple journalists. Why were you not on that stage? Let me be real clear. You were just in the audience screaming, you lied? Let me be real clear. From row 1? Let me be real clear. Because you in row 1. Because you're cute and you get your little video. So you're talking to somebody who has far more history in this organization than you've ever been. So I'm not a member. That's true. There you go. I'm definitely not an NABJ member. When you're not a member, you have no understanding of our history or our membership. You don't realize founders are sitting here. You don't realize that 4 presidents are sitting here. You can just rudely interrupt. Okay. Let me say it again. That's not what journalists do. Oh, actually, you have to. You're not a journalist. Are you a journalist? I think I am. More so than you. Are you a journalist? I'm asking real questions right now. Are you a journalist? Are you a journalist? Why are you a journalist? What's your organization? I'm asking. No. What's your media organization? I'm independent. I'm asking you. What's your media organization? Oh, you need to be a media organization? Well, if you're going to be a journalist, you have to be with a media entity. Oh, right. You need to be paid off by big corporate media? Actually, what's your media entity? Who do you work for? I work for me. I own my company. Oh, really? So you're an independent journalist? No. Isn't that what I just said? No, actually. This doesn't make any sense. It's called Black Star Network. What's your company? The what? What's your company? What's this fake media company? The company. It's called the company. Oh, it's called the company? It's called my company. Okay, that's cute. That's great. Are you the CEO? Are you the CEO? Maybe. No, listen. No, are you the CEO? Why were you not on that stage? Are you the CEO? I think we're not. Are you the CEO or are you the employee? Ridiculous. Yes, you're right. Because you walked over here. Are you the CEO or you the employee? You were in my ear screaming. No, actually, I was in your ear. You were across the barrier. First of all, we just made that. I'm gonna talk to members You're not touch me. Do not touch me. Move your last one. Don't touch me. I'm done with you. No, actually.
Girl, let's see.
Roland.
People just a little bit too close, baby. That's too much energy for me. Like see, like once it's a certain type of energy, and then it's like in close range, my hands get to speaking for me automatically. It's just like a knee-jerk reaction, baby. So Roland did better than me. I'm not sure. Like, so it seems so. This producer guy seems to have had a problem with Roland because Roland was ad-libbing during the interview, screaming from the stage like, "You lying, Trump! You lying!
Yeah, I think he was like
nigga!"
heckling or something. He was like heckling or something.
Wow, baby. As Vicky Dillon say, baby, UFO, the unidentified rolling object, baby. Roland is about that business, honey. I ain't mad at it. Does anybody here feel like, before we go back to the interview, does anybody here feel like this was all given too much ghetto? Like it should have been a better presentation. It shouldn't have played into what can be argued as stereotypes about our people and about our settings. That it was given a little bit of hip hop awards, given a little bit of like Omarosa and Wendy Williams on the show at times. Does anybody here feel like this was kind of embarrassing on our part?
Hell no.
I feel
Hell
that's
no.
what they get. I feel like that's what they get for bringing him up there in the first place, and even giving him a platform.
I definitely feel like I agree. Just to a large, because we tend to try to take the high road when it has come to Trump and the antics, and it really hasn't worked for us. I don't think that straight across the board that's how everything, when it comes to us, it should be handled. But yeah, it's about time that we serve back some ghetto antics back to his ass. Yes, absolutely. Like they ghetto as hell they damn self. So I mean, I'm not all for us to always, as we say, we're not a monolith. I don't think that all of us should always, because they go to hell, we don't go low and all that. No, sometimes we get them the same fucking energy they give you.
I would disagree. I'm kind of weary of calling things that we do ghetto. That's kind of how I felt with the whole Meg performance thing. The fact that Trump even does his rallies outside is because he has outstanding balances throughout the country. So he cannot host rallies in indoor areas where he has a balance that he has not paid. To me, that is ghetto. That is embarrassing. So the fact that we had a couple technical issues here and there, that happens. But I don't want to, I feel like we need to give ourselves more grace, and sometimes mistakes happen and things come up. It doesn't, inherently make what we do ghetto.
I just got so many mixed feelings because like part of me is like I went all the shits, and then the other part of me is like I just don't know how to feel.
I mean, but the only reason why I say it is because, but here's the thing: like, if y'all have paid attention to politics with DNC, everything is really pretty much ghetto. Like the Megan Thee Stallion, the hip hop influence. That's what it's giving. So it's not.
That's not. No, we're not gonna do that.
What you like? Can I finish?
But that's not what we're gonna do, though. No.
Can I finish?
Hold on, Emily.
Can I finish?
I don't want y'all to have a ghetto interaction, so just allow him to sound off, and then you can respond back.
Yes. Are you gonna tell me what I'm not gonna do? Okay. So what I'm saying is that yes, just like Malcolm X has said before in the past, it is a very dangerous thing when you're filtering your politics through the culture. So the whole campaign, like with the collard greens in the tub and everything. Y'all should be insulted. That is satirical. So no, it is ghetto, and that's exactly what they're expecting y'all to be inspired by and say, "Oh yeah, that's black." It's the culture. No other race within the Democratic Party now. They're not doing this thing where they're going to celebrities and having these rallies with these hip hop centers. So yes, it's always been ghetto when it's catered to pander to your vote as a black American in our land.
So
Wait a minute,
what
hold on,
makes
hold
it
on. Can I ask
ghetto?
IG a question?
So
I want to
what?
ask IG a question because you have
Mm,
referenced several times that the DMC is the only party that relies on the hip hop community, whatever the culture. But
that's
we
BS.
hold on, wait a minute, please.
Mhm.
But
Mhm.
we've seen the RNC use the country music industry. We've seen
Yes.
them use the rock and roll industry. We've also seen them use like the baseball industry. Like they use their entertainers to help
That's
push
right.
their agenda and their
That's right.
narrative.
Sure
So
do.
I don't understand that comparison to make it seem like the Democrats only are the only party that uses entertainers and influencers to push their narratives.
And didn't Trump come out with golden sneakers trying to pander to black
There is a
people?
difference.
He
What they're
did. No,
doing,
that is not a
they're
difference. No,
they're
it's not.
using
It's the
their
same.
support. No. There's a difference between an entertainer endorsing the party and their support versus they're
No,
not pandering
it's the
to a
same thing.
they're not. No, it's
It
not.
is. It
They're
is.
not
It
pandering.
definitely is.
They're not pandering to a specific racial demographic within the RNC. They're only using that influence. What they do with you every year, just like Obama, every single time,
Here
they're
you go
using.
coming for the black politicians.
Can
What's your
we
real issue?
Well,
can
What's
we
your
be
okay,
respectful? Wait a
issue?
minute, hold on,
Always
please.
coming for the black
But can we
politicians.
be respectful? We don't have to
We are
disagree.
going to be a respectful. Like
Yeah.
I want an orderly panel, please. So please allow people to complete their statements.
so as I was saying, that well, yes, because black politicians isn't always ADOS and Black American interests. Just because you put black on it, again, doesn't mean that you have the specificity of the overwhelming majority of black people. So yes, we're the only people. I understand what you're saying. No, it's two different things. One party is using celebrity to get the to reach just for the party, not a specific demographic of the party. The DNC is what they're doing with you, what they always done is patterning because they know that we're simple. You like entertainment. If you see anything through the entertainment, it's marketed, engaged to you. So it's two different things between a celebrity within the country and rock community that are only doing it to say they support this candidate. Very, they're very, very, very different than them trying to pander to a specific demographic than the RNCC, like the DNC does in our lane.
But I think you know what, IG. I think that that's falls on us. I don't think that we should hold them accountable for us being maligned to follow influencers and not look at it in the way that you're articulating it. I wouldn't put that on them. That's on. It's just like a lot of things within our community, as we state a million times, we because of our division and our lack of unity. I just don't think that it's fair to put that, even if that is their agenda. I just feel like that falls on us, not them. So we have a lot of things that we need to correct within ourselves, instead of holding them liable. Like it's like someone brings me a pork chop sandwich, and I clearly know it's a pork chop sandwich, but I'm gonna eat it even though I don't eat pork. I'm going to allow them to manipulate me into thinking that this is not pork, it's something else, and I'm going to sit there and eat it. Who's really at fault, them or me?
The person that's representing you, that's supposed to be representing you, the people, it's two parts at fault. Two things could be true. So the fact that they're doing that is to pander your vote without the policy. So you're told to see that because power flows from the top. So we can't pretend as if the people who have the expertise and what they have the expertise in all of a sudden is not held accountable. Then why are you electing people? So if they were truly looking for the objective, for to get you to look at it objectively, it'll be one thing if they was pandering you through other means of academia, pandering you through actual channels. of political redress, not celebrityism. So it's a two-part story. We're not taught to think of that like that because of the way that they know the DNC, that you're going to pivot and they're engaging in that. So I can't sit up here and say it's on us. Well, how are you going to fault us as the people when we have been intentionally institutionalized and taught to view ourselves this way? So no, it is held to the party and the people. But the difference is, like again, the RNC is not doing that. So that's why we have to transformative Black agenda policy, ADOS, because it's going to teach you how to recognize those things, to see where you've been, when you're being kind and emotionally manipulated through culture instead of policy.
And I want to add something to. I kind of want to expound a little bit about something because I'm also in the comment section. Because people was like, well, the RNC is ghetto, and they had Kid Rock, and they had Hulk Hogan, and people were ripping their shirt off. Why that looked appropriate, especially this year, is because Trump is ghetto. So all of the like rock and roll, over the top, silly shit that happened at the RNC was very in sync with MAGA, which is outrageous, and with Trump, who is outrageous and uncouth. Why it threw me off though about Megan is because she's completely like Kamala and Megan. It didn't even make sense, which is why it felt very pandery.
It's like one of these things is not the other. That's what you're trying to say, right?
I'm trying to finish what I'm trying to say.
Oh.
Yeah, I would say what I'm trying to say. What I'm saying is it didn't make sense to me because Kamala doesn't even curse, yet alone twerk. And so for her to intentionally pick that aspect of Black entertainment out and sit it in a situation like this, as if that's also the only thing that's our culture, as if that's the only where to go, like when it wasn't. I mean, even had I been a part of Kamala's PR, I would have been like, all right, we're gonna get some Kendrick. We're gonna we can do hip hop, but I mean, because you a politician, you about waking the masses up, you about da 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 da. Like it's like we could have got some real dope intellectual hip hop. Like we could have got some double entendre hip hop up in the building. Like it just did not. It just felt off. And my whole thing with Kamala from the time she stepped into the building has been like, even when she showed up to the Monica and Brandy versus battle, it was just, I just feel like it's so like, that's so Raven. Like it's so, it's so commercial and expected and predictable. And it's so not clever. It's just so not clever. It's so like, okay, so you just want to do the most obvious thing you can do to make yourself look Black. That's what's like cringing me. It's like,
Can I jump in?
Yeah, but hold on. Let me, because it's like, I mean, the other part of me, I don't give a fuck because it's like all that secondary shit. But there's something. It's something really. Because it's like, when it comes to Kamala, I can get with everything she's doing on paper and legislation because I love all that. But when she get to the like culture part of it, it's not believable, even though I know there's an aspect of her that's that too, because I know she comes from a certain upbringing. I know how her mom allegedly raised her. I know she went to HBCUs. Of course, she was exposed to Black culture like the rest of us. Of course, it's clips of her all over social media of her like swinging her hips and snapping her fingers, and of course, all of that's there. But Megan Thee Stallion, like I live for Meg, I love Meg. But it did not make a lot of sense to me. The fact that apparently there's footage showing like people at the rally and then leaving right after Megan is done was like, okay, are you really attracting this base? Did some of them only pull up because Megan was going to be there? It was going to be like a free little mini concert, and then they were out, and then you were left with your actual base, which was like a bunch of like 40 plus women in the audience. You know, thanks to 4K footage, you know, we could see, you know, who was in the room, and those women didn't even know what the hell to do with Megan. They was just kind of like, okay, like, this is cute. And there's nothing wrong with Megan, but Megan in this context, I feel like this could have been a better. There could have just been a better selection. Like, I just don't feel like Megan fit for this moment, for this time. But I mean, if Kamala with it, then whatever. Somebody was trying to get in here. Who was trying to get in here? Somebody was trying to get in here.
It was D.
Okay, hey D.
Because as a resident hottie, I have to disagree with you and IG. Number
Yes.
one, I feel like it is a false equivalency to compare the rally to the RNC. The RNC is a convention for the entire Republican Party, whereas this was a rally in Atlanta specifically. Was it Fulton County, one of the blackest counties in Atlanta? Rallies are usually catered towards the area that they're in. So when you're targeting an Atlanta audience, of course, you're going to have Quavo. You're going to have Meg, who sold out 3 stadium concerts in Atlanta. The rally was for Atlanteans. So they got the audience that they needed to get. Second, Megan, out of many of the female artists in the game, has been incredibly vocal about the need to preserve women's reproductive rights. She's put in songs, she's randomly shouted it out during concerts. She's very, in her own way, progressive and involved in politics. She has a way of doing it that mobilizes young women that otherwise wouldn't be interested in the conversation. But she's very much in tune and aligned in Houston. Here in Houston, she's opening her own health facility that will cater towards women in their reproductive business. We know Kamala is interested in restoring Roe v. Wade, which will allow abortion up to 6 months. So they're aligned. They also met earlier this year at a women's luncheon in DC. They've had a relationship for a while. So I do feel like, to me, just knowing what I know and being chronically online, I can see the relationship that they had. The fact that Kamala is leading in the polls in Georgia proves that this was a good idea. So I just don't agree with the criticism around it. Like I said, a rally is not a convention. It's for a purpose within that city. Then you do another rally and another one. I think the purpose was achieved. They did what they needed to do, and we move on. So
Here's my thing. See, this is what I call cap, because when I was thinking about it too, I was like, I mean, I can see why, like, because Megan had championed like the whole protect Black women thing. She got the whole Plan B song, pro-abortion, pro, you know, like make like bodily autonomy, do you like sex positive, all that stuff. Like, but unfortunately, like, nobody thinks of that actually when Megan comes to mind. Like, you have to just be like a real fan to keep the entire context of Megan together. But at surface, like cultural level, Megan is just known as a hot girl, like all the rest of the baddies who are female rappers. Like, they're not really, like, you think of what they so-called stand for, second, third dairy, is you think of their body, you think of their visuals, you think of the hypersexuality, you think of all of that, because that's what they ultimately lead with. The rest of it is just kind of trailing behind them like a tail to a comet. So I was like, for me, I was like, I in the background of Megan, I'm like, I know some of her politics could line up with Kamala's, but the difference between Kamala and Meg is that Meg's politics is secondary. Kamala politics are front and center. Her identity is rooted in fighting for those policies and legislations and that worldview, while Meg is an entertainer and she is a hottie. and her fans are hotties, and it's about hot girl summers and turning up and good pussy and everything else, which is cool, which is why, like I said, from a PR standpoint, I still would have went with hip hop if that's where she wanted to go, but I would have also went with like intellectual hip hop because it just felt more cohesive. It felt a little energetically awkward, and it just felt a little bit off. And I also was like, some part of me when I was like watching this thing, I was like, I'll believe this if Megan ass busts out with Plan B. The fact that she ain't performed Plan B when Plan B is literally could have went like head to head with Kamala's whole like pro-abortion, pro-reproductive, and Megan got a whole Plan B song. She got a whole song that pretty much talks about, and I know the reason they didn't go with that because I felt like Plan B would have been like, even for them, like even though they have a joint politic, I think it would have looked, I think even they knew that it would have looked forceful at that point. Like, okay, like we're actually trying to force, or we're like, it looks way too agenda driven. But my only thing is it looked that way anyway. Like it looked that way anyway. I mean, like just her being the choice, it just looked like that anyway. So you might as well just should have put Plan B in there. I mean, if you were going to be this obvious, because to me, it just screamed. It was just too loud. It was just like a good smelling perfume or cologne that's just loud. Like I just wasn't. I just wasn't convinced. I wasn't convinced. And Kamala, I don't know. Like sometimes her energy, it don't match the thing she's trying to market around her. I felt the same way about the campaign ad. I'm like, it's well shot. I love how it was done. But Kamala gives very like principle energy. It just don't be given. Like for me, it's an energetic thing. I don't give a fuck about like maybe some of the other things that bothered you like them about Meg being there. It just like, because I'm a very in sync coordinated person, like everything, like I'm a very analytical person. If you want to come to myself, like shit gotta make sense. Like everything got like the vibe got a vibe. I'm like a vibe master. So it just, her marketing is for me not completely coordinated in a way that I feel because I see what she's trying to do, but she just need to like tweak it a little here and a little there and a little here and a little there, like just some tweaks. Like it's a little bit of too much of something and it's a little bit of not enough of something. I don't know. It's like a frozen. It's like a frozen dinner. Like it's good. Like it'll do. But it's like right there. It's like right there in the it'll do. And every time I see her try to do the black thing, it's like, it looks like she's trying to do the black thing. I mean, it looks so like that even Trump white ass was just, I mean, even white people are just like, oh, she's doing the black thing. Because it looks like, it does look performative.
What's a black thing?
And I don't know what's a black thing, but but clearly Kamala has a concept of a black thing because she's pulling from the black thing. So I'm curious to know what's black thing for her, because she clearly has a concept of black thing too. I mean, obviously we can kind of surmise what that is, considering what she is, like what she's pulling in and presenting to us. But I don't know. I ain't really thought. I haven't thought this through enough to be able to really talk about this the way I want to talk about it. But now that I've opened up this can of worms, I'm gonna like sit in this for some time and really get my head around it so that I can revisit this and really lay it out in a way that I just can't right now. But all I'm saying is that, like, I just feel like Kamala is trying to dress well, and she continues to need some help in addressing. Like, okay, it's like, once again, like, I see what you're doing. Like, it looks good. Like, I see the direction you're going in, but I don't know. Like, it's the outfit ain't completely outfitted for me yet. But she gonna do for me regardless because of the situation. Like, I'm not really behind Kamala because she's a Jesus. I think she's gonna set us free. She's literally, to me, a decent candidate. I like a lot of her legislation and a lot of her mentality around criminal reform and stuff. And she's in a situation with a man that I'm absolutely not going to support. So she's like a means to an end, and she happens to be a pretty good candidate on top of that. The rest of this stuff is fun for me to think about and fun for me to, like, just process and have a conversation about, but that's not even the shit that matters ultimately, because she's getting my vote regardless. I mean, she could attempt to twerk, and, you know, as goofy as that may look, she's still gonna get that vote from me. But I don't know, something just looks a little bit performative. And Black people perform Blackness. I mean, that's something that a lot of Black people do, because, I mean, yeah, like, a lot of white people perform Blackness. I don't think there's anything wrong with Black people performing Blackness or people of color performing so-called Blackness. It's just something about her performing it that is just a little, it's just a little bit too performative for me. Like, it doesn't feel fluid enough. It's like watching somebody trying to dance. And it's like, okay, just keep practicing. It'll smooth itself out. It'll, you know, like, just, you know, it's still giving a little stiff, it's giving a little non-rhythm, but just keep on at it. You're getting there. Like, you're getting there. It's cool. I see where you're going. And that's just like how I feel about it. Like, I'm watching her do it, and it's cool. And I'm just like, okay, just keep working at it, because I don't know. It's not hitting me like that. Like, it's not, it's just not.
Can I say something?
Yes, somebody.
Okay. So this is my listen to what you're saying. I get it 100%. But I also, from my own experience as a Black person and being in a white society, as growing up in a white society and then being amongst Black people and Black people judging me as not being Black enough. And I am a Black person. So I get what you're saying, the awkwardness, and maybe the way she grew up. She was fully immersed in white culture, or maybe some Black culture. I don't know. So it's like, that's going to help formulate her personality. And the fact that she chose to immerse herself in Black culture in her 20s, going to an HBCU and and being in a Black sorority, I think that gives her a Black experience, probably more than me. So it's like, I get the way she's presenting her personality is more than we've ever seen in the past 3-4. We saw a little snippets here and there, but as to see her personality, we haven't seen it. I think it's really unfair, and a vibe is a vibe, and I get that, but I think it's unfair is probably not the right word, but I don't think maybe it is unfair to say she's performing Black culture when we really don't know her, what her personality is as a person 100% in the spotlight. But 2 points.
And Shauna, and I consider that too, right? Because I know that, like, she had kind of jokingly said, you know, I mean, like, I think she was asked if she smoked weed or ganja or some shit, and she was
Right.
like, "I'm Jamaican, of course." So I was like, so that made me be like, yeah, like I know there probably is a like Kamala that we see, and then
Right.
there is the like I smoke joints, I put on Trick Daddy, I listen to the fuck 'em up, shoot 'em up, bang bang,
Right.
this pussy, I'll kill you, bitch. Like she, you know, I mean, she could be all of that. I mean, everybody has an on screen, off screen, has their social self, and then has whatever the fuck their real self is, and maybe her career field doesn't allow her to. Like the line of demarcation has to be pretty crispy because she's so much in the corporate-ness of it all. But I mean, regardless, I just need her to just get a bit, you know, it just need to, when she gonna do it, it just needs to come off a bit more smooth. It just ain't as smooth as it could be. And and once again, because you know she's a person of color, etc. Like she, rightfully so, has had her lived experience in the culture. Like she can claim it. She can listen to it. She can do the butterfly. She can do whatever the fuck she want to do, etc. But because she's on the world stage now, like if she gonna pull it off, I just want her to actually pull it off. Like if she gonna let us see what it is, then this gonna be my criticism of what it is. Like these gonna be my constructive critiques of what it is. Like, okay, sis, I see you, just smooth it out a little bit, etc. Since you the one put it on Front Street for us to observe.
But how could she smooth? How do you think she could smooth it out better?
You know what? I think that most people, but I think that most people are not self-consciously aware that because they see her because she's made it known she's multicultural, right? I think people are looking for a balance. Like I think that when people feels like she's trying too hard to produce herself as a black, that they're looking for a balance because you think I know myself personally. Those that I biracial in my family, right? I always have expected them to have two sides to them, but be, one person. You know what I mean? And that's not always the case because you can have been raised more into one side, one culture or race in your family versus the other side. And I just think that because of a lot of the interviews that she had did in the past, making it clear her multiracial, being Indian, being Jamaican, I think people just feel like they want to see a diversity to her or whatever. But I agree with you, Shonda, like, because I don't think that's fair because maybe she leans more towards this and it may come off as awkward because she just may be, it may not even be awkward. You know what I'm saying? That may just really be her personality.
The thing is, though,
it feels like, which I don't think is evil, but this is just what my perception is without like a judgment. It seems like her blackness is more cerebral and not like in the soul. It's not in the head.
But that's because her lineage, she was anchored in living in Canada for 13 or 12 years of her life. She's anchored in a Brahmin East Indian culture. So the energy that you're feeling, it's not that you're off conscious. No, you're just on your Kendrick Lamar energy right there when he say they're not like us. You can tell the difference between someone, even if you are a highly educated person, you can tell the difference when someone is what we use in ADOS, anchored in a culture, and that is pandering. So she's doing that like she did before for VP. She's doing that because she has no agenda up there. It's all lip service. And she knows that we're simple. You just need to see black people are very simple. We are very excited when we see non-black people do our dance. We're very symbolic when we see someone else. We seem to confuse that someone who comes and ingratiates ourselves in our culture, being outside of the ADOS Black American paradigm. I can eat as much Italian food. I sing Italian. I enjoy a lot of things, right? But when it comes down to me actually being or representing or standing representative for Italians, no one's going to allow that. Same thing with the Dominican community. So with us, it is very performative. That's because her lineage and ancestry, all politicians, especially Obama, they do this thing, even the white politicians, to where they get you to vicariously try to see her through a culture instead of a political specific to your lineage. Not, I don't give a damn about how it comes across as performative. That is not swaying me. What is swaying me is how that she is a left Republican candidate, but when she had DA district attorney, she chose to do center right politics with truancy without the people's vote, that century peoples, a black woman who had a sickle cell child who had a 504 plan. See, that's what you should be paying attention to. Not how fucking well she danced, not her close to ingratiating the policies. How is her policies centered to your specific needs as a black American? She's not going to, because she's playing the people of color game. So that's why it is performative. It is performative. Your spirit is right, and not just your spirit conscious. What you're sensing in the lineage, it's not lineaging. There are more biracial people that we have that are American people. It's not about skin color. We have Black American people who are also half white for the people who've been here, and they're anchored in American culture. They're anchored in a Black American paradigm. So it is a black thing for everyone else. Everyone else fully understands that that's why they're doing the thing where they're characterizing us and doing the people of color thing. Everyone knows what you mean by a black thing in a sense of culture, but nobody else knows what you mean by a black thing in a sense of policy and how it affects you. And I land.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, when it comes to her politics, I know on her website there hasn't. I have to go and check and see if anything has been. The agendas has been posted.
It hasn't.
I know. Okay, I know that it hadn't been up there. So I think two things could be true at the same time.
Right.
I definitely am here for the truancy laws as a parent. I'm not going to act like there hasn't been an issue with truancy long before this woman got into whatever office she was in California, whatever she was doing. Truancy definitely was a major issue. It's something that needs to be addressed, and it should fall on the parents. We Conscious discussed it earlier on the other live, and I have to agree. I do believe largely when it came to that particular parent, I do believe that there's an apology that is owed publicly. I definitely believe that there should be some type of there should be some type of correction made. I don't. It just slipped my mind. It's what I was going to say, but I do think that needs to be corrected publicly, not just an apology, but some restoration, something. I think that is like an isolated situation. I do think that Kamala's office definitely should be held accountable. And I think like again that's something that should be addressed publicly in a way to apologize and correct for that particular parent. But I stand with the truancy law. I don't think it's anything that is wrong with it. I think it would be definitely wrong because it helped a lot of communities, not just in California, because this is something that definitely from state to state has been implemented. I would, like I stated earlier in the chat, I remember those laws when I was in school myself, and that was back in the 80s in elementary school. So it definitely helped, not just with crimes. I mean, even to the current day right now, this is the reason why we have charter schools that popped up in New Jersey all over. It took away, the parents got out, did what they needed to do, because a lot of times parents weren't sending their children to school, were too lazy to send, which was kind of crazy because there was always the stereotype of parents sending their kids to school so they could have a babysitter or whatever. But parents literally got to the point that they weren't sending their children to schools. Kids were playing hooky and leaving school, and therefore we were out in the street doing all type of ungodly things, committing crimes and everything. But since the truancy laws were put into effect, the crimes were lowered. Not that it was completely done away with, but it did help answer a lot of the problems that were plaguing our communities. So I stand for the truancy law personally as a parent. But I do agree that there are things that we need to know. We don't know. We know what we've now been doing research for. Those that did not follow Kamala know what some of the works that she was doing. But there is nothing, again, as I stated, I don't know if it is now, but there was nothing on her website that showed the agenda. And there should be something up there but we also need to come up with our own agenda. I just don't think that it's fair to put everything on her when we
But
know that
that's
this
not.
is the last. Hold on, IG. We know that we're down to the final hour. We're literally down to the final hour. And I understand everything that you've been saying. This was all intended. It was orchestrated specifically this way for a specific purpose. I get that. I also know that regardless of what their intentions are, we have to have our own. And I enjoy the conversations we're having, but I also want us to move past, if we can. I would like for us to move past just constantly bringing up all of the the mistakes that she's made. I would like for us to, if we're going to discuss it, I would like for us to outline, come up with something that we can present to ask these questions or whatever. Come up with our own agendas. We
But
need
that's not
to.
how it works. But that's not how politics work. That's not
No,
how
that
any.
is how politics work.
No,
Politics
no,
absolutely
I'm,
does
I'm
work like
saying in
that.
the sense. No, I'm saying in the sense when you usually put a candidate up, you usually make the demands for that candidate before you put them in the seat. You usually make those demands and have those agendas. You can't do that now. You can't
Yes,
do
we
that.
can. We
You don't have
absolutely
enough.
can.
You
We
can't do.
absolutely can.
You
Listen.
can't.
Although we know, we're saying we are going to vote for her. We're saying
Me
that
too.
there's still a great split. Now, let's be clear. There is still, even though we have a lot of people that's jumping on board, that's supporting her, there's still a great divide within our own community. There are people that do not trust Kamala, don't feel safe because of past deeds, right? There is a way that you can come to the table. We're at the last hour. We can still come to the table and present and make our demands. Yes, we can. It's never too late.
Not as a sense to leverage your vote. No, you cannot right now. No, you can't. Because you're already so scared for Project 2025. That's why she doesn't have to have an agenda up there. It's bizarre. It's unprecedented. You've never seen a presidential candidate and you go to their website and there's nothing for the agenda. That's a telltale sign. That's a telltale sign that the DNC knows when you see Project 2025, you are going to vote inadvertently without seeing a policy.
I don't agree. I
Okay.
think that we can
Okay,
make a
well,
meeting.
you don't agree, but that's what it is.
But
Because
if
if
I
that's
think
what if it wasn't, if it wasn't, if
we
it
can. It's
wasn't,
never too late to make your demands. We still
I'm not
have.
saying but it is too late right now. You don't have anything to leverage. You don't have
Our
anything
vote is the leverage. The way that we're coming, the way that we are, the
then
ones that
okay,
are coming on board.
then that's why.
That's the
But
one
that's
thing
why.
I think most of us can agree with. I think even though there is a split, I think that one thing we all can agree with is that we have issues that we are demanding. We want to be addressed. We want certain rights. We want certain bills passed. We can definitely, like these small spaces, if we continue not to push the narratives, what we want. If we go from different spaces as they're doing these Zoom meetings and things of that nature, and we open our mouth and yes, we can. That's again, we got to get our ass up, get up off of our asses and work.
I just feel like it's also unprecedented for the incumbent president to drop out of the race with 4 months left to election. I think it's a bit unrealistic for us to want her presidential website up and running, her whole agenda and first 100 days plan. This woman just became the Democratic nominee in the middle of this month, right? In the middle of July. And now she's put in a position where she has to campaign for 98 more days. These things are going to come. This is unprecedented times to be in for her as a political candidate.
I'm going to tell you, I'm not, there's part of me that wants to tell you with the most utmost respect, I think she kind of knew. It wasn't 100% written in stone. But it's a lot of things that we don't know as the public, as citizens, that they are aware of. They didn't know if Biden was going to 100%, but she could have been prepared. Now, I don't expect to have all of her agenda being posted, but to have absolutely nothing on the website is a little eerie. It is.
I agree, but she's also speaking about what her policy, what her plan is when she's attending these rallies and events. So we can listen to what she says, or we can wait for words on a website.
Yeah, I think you need both, because there's some people that can hear and retain it. You know what I mean? And I agree. You know, she is speaking to some of the things that she's going, you know, her agenda, but I still think there should be some things on the website, because she may not be able to put speak on everything that she's trying to obtain for this country.
I agree.
She's under the gun. But yeah, she should have had, if they knew that this Biden thing was going to happen, there should have been something already written up. Something.
Precisely. There should have been something written up when they knew Project 2025. We knew it was coming in ADOS. We knew it was coming 2 years ago. We knew it was coming. So that's what somebody got something in the background. That's what I'm saying. It's like, it's something here you kind of, and I hate to keep like trying to beat a dead horse about it, but it is something that's why you're having the performative antics. That's why you're having all of these rallies, to just get you excited to go. Yay, we feel like we're doing something. Yay, she's saying what she puts in policy. This law works in writing. Even Trump's ass, right? As much as he lies, his party has something in writing, something on an agenda. And the fact that she doesn't have it isn't just a failure on her. It is a failure of the DNC. So she's going to get you all to vote by pandering racial and gender and sex politics. That's the only thing she's running on right now. She's running on identity politics, gender. And if you are not careful with that, because that is also disaggregated through race. That is also disaggregated through national origin. So
can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Because I'm curious as to, what do you think our solution is? We know, okay, taking into consideration what you're saying, what do you think our next step, what do you think our next defense, what do you think some of our tactics needs to be moving forward to help our community, to get our agenda pushed?
Go to ADOS.com, where we do actually have a C4 and doing political grassroots movement, and not all this bullshit with identity politics. Stop listening to fucking celebrities and entertainers that are pandering and letting them speak for you, because you can't vicariously live with them. Actually join grassroots organizations that's on your state and local that's talking about Black people specifically, and not using the elusive language of people of color. That's a start.
I think that will help. Honestly, because I think that a lot of people, I understand, even though I don't always agree with you, I definitely understand what you're saying. I think that when you come up from now on, if I can request this of you, if you could just drop that information in the back chat so we can put the link out there, because a lot of people are not aware. Even like, I'm going to tell you the truth. Although I told you my brother introduced me to politics and all of that, I knew nothing about no Adolf Foundation, nothing until I met you. So I feel like a lot of people be like, when you be talking, it goes over people's head. They don't understand. Even though you articulate yourself very well, it does not always come across as informational, as a help to us or whatever. But if you put that literature in a chat and we circulate it, because we all have a job to do. We know we at the ninth hour. We know this. And I think that, again, we got to get our asses out here and work and push our own agenda. Because everybody else does it and we don't. We talk in circles, but we ain't putting I'm not saying you, but as a whole, we're not putting the work in. And we
Yeah,
need to.
I'm gonna put it up every single time because that's what like for me it's like okay I don't have the time nor am I the major expertise of all the information that I have. Some of it a lot of it when it comes to the political redress how I view it, that's Yvette Cornell and Antonio Moore, a graduate from UCLA, and something Antonio Moore said in his video yesterday. He was like, you're listening to people like Charlemagne the God who dropped out of night school, who only got 2 credits in government history. But there are people out here who actually have the degrees in political science, but you're more gauged to think about, not you here, not new people here. You're more gauged, though, to listen to someone who, like Conscious's point, Kamala Harris is not a politician. All of the people that are using to pander the vote are not politicians. So it's just learning from the language. Okay, I'm going to listen to D.L. Hughley about a joke, not my view for politics. I'm going to listen to Charlemagne the God about celebrity talk, not politics. So I put I'm gonna put the link out there for ADOS for you to join. Also, YouTube Yvette Carnell, Antonio Moore. There's years of information with charts, data, books, everything for you to combat that. Because that's why I'm sitting on the square that I am. I'm not trying to keep doing the people of color game. I'm not trying to do keep doing the Rainbow Coalition NAACP pandering game. So I do respect. So every time I come up here, I'm going to drop that ADOS link so you can see for people who actually have a degree in political science, who actually do the grassroots instead of serving you performative lip service. Because all it is lip service right now. There is nothing written in the agenda.
So you're part of ADOS. I have a question for him real quick. You're part of ADOS. Who are they endorsing? What candidate are they standing behind? Just a question.
Oh, right now we're with we're DNC. It's not necessarily because here's the thing: we're not supporting Trump. We are anchored to the left. So now we have to vote again. We're upset too. We have to vote for her because our vote. Those of us who are politically astute, we know that from the left, our vote was taken from us. Our vote was stolen from us. Our vote was intentionally taken from us.
Who stole your vote?
The DNC.
Huh?
DNC.
Okay.
The DNC. So that's what. So yes, we're not right wing. There's been so many lies told about that because it makes no sense. If we're a person that's a Black American agenda, we have no leverage from the right. However, we are the only group of people, talk about Black Americans now, that vote at a critical mass monolithically in one direction. So yes, we have some work to do within the DNC. And the reason why I'm so at the DNC throat, because while we were doing the political redress, all of your Black Boule people, listen to that Cherie Peoples interview, what happened with her, because she's going to also verify that everyone she went to help her on the left did not help her. We're all in beds with Kamala. And again, that truancy law, y'all didn't vote for that in California. Y'all didn't vote for that.
But so how did that steal the vote? Like, how?
Because you didn't get a chance to see what policy and what she was presenting for you to decide to put her in that position. She got in that vote by default because Biden dropped out at the last time, which again was intentional.
But that doesn't mean that she stole ADOS vote.
I didn't say she stole eight. I said she stole your ability to choose the vote. Yes, she did. Because right now, why are we why are you not looking at an agenda? What's the agendas on there besides the 40,000 women who have the money to get to the proximity to speak to her?
So how do you think they should have went about that Biden stepping down thing? I wouldn't have how they should have handled that situation. How do you feel they should have handled that?
How I would have feel that they should have handled that, and you might not like it. You would have had more leverage to keep Biden's, which he should have dropped up from earlier. Unfortunately, but since he didn't do that, it's kind of like you can't hold her. You're not in a position to, because you're so scared about Project 2025, you're not in a position to leverage anything. So had they kept Biden in there, you would have had the ability to more leverage something, to go up against something that's politically there. There is nothing there for you to attack and say, okay, this policy, I don't agree with that. This policy, I don't agree with that. You're not able to do that now because there's only what 3 months until election. You don't have to do that, and they know you're not going to do that because you're going to be more focused on 2025.
So
So
you
you're
feel
not.
like they should have kept Biden, even in the state that he was in?
I can't. Yes, it's this. I hate it. I don't.
Okay.
I don't think he should have been there. I don't think they should have had him run from the beginning. But to wait this long with the signs,
Well,
they should
I
have
agree.
dropped
They
him.
shouldn't have waited that long.
They
They should
have.
not
I definitely
have
agree.
waited that long.
They should not.
But
But they did for a reason. They did for a reason. They knew ADOS was coming. They know that we're talking. They know Black Americans, even if it's not just ADOS.
foundational. Are you foundational Black American? FBA?
No, that's FBA. That's Tariq Nasheed, who is a grifter from the ADOS. No, I'm ADOS.
I'm getting ready to say.
No, I don't fuck with Tariq Nasheed or none of the Pan Africans.
Yeah, because I'm getting ready to say that.
Yeah, he's a grifter. He's a grifter. Yeah, he's a problem because Tariq Nasheed had none of the intellectual property. Tariq Nasheed doesn't have any political science. He didn't go to UCLA. He didn't graduate from Howard University.
Sounds very elitist. What's going on here?
Huh?
She said elitist.
What?
Yeah, you're using a lot of inflammatory words and ways.
Are you serious?
Absolutely serious.
That's not elitist.
Here.
That's not elitist because So let me get this. So let me ask you a question. Do you want to listen? So do you want a person who is not in the expertise of politics representing or advocating your politics? Do you want someone who dropped at night school?
There is a fine line between government and politics. I do not need my leader to specifically study political science in order to lead the nation. I need my leader to be well-versed in government. I don't need my leader to identify as a Black American, but I do need my leader to align with the values that I align with as well. Which is why I feel very comfortable in my position with Kamala Harris. I don't like the conversation about if she's a Black American or whatever she is. I don't believe that a woman can pander to women as a woman. If you have policies that advocate for women, that is not pandering to women. If you are a person of color with policies that encourage and uplift other people of color, specifically Black Americans, I don't see how that person can pander to the community that they belong to. I think using that word is very intentional in being divisive.
It's what everyone always calls us diverse because that makes your question. So do you see people in color and Black as the same thing?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I feel like Black is an umbrella term that she fits under.
Right. She fits under through the classification of race and not lineage, and that's a difference. That's a difference.
Well, Black
it's a difference. It's a difference because you don't see
with lineage.
You don't
because
see,
you're making it a difference.
Well,
I'm sorry, but it is a difference because you are making it.
Well, of course, you're so.
Well, hold on, and that is the issue. That is the issue here that I've had.
Well,
listening,
that's fine.
And I've listened, and what I'm hearing is a lot of reasons and ways.
That's why.
To divide rather than reasons. Yes, I have. You've been extremely divisive. I have not heard any solutions. I've heard a lot of complaints. I've heard a lot of criticisms. I've heard a lot of finger pointing. I've heard a lot of misogynoir.
Really?
I've heard,
oh God.
I have.
Okay.
I have.
Because she was a woman. What did I say that was?
Excuse me?
What did I say because of her sex? What did I say? One thing because she's a female or she's a woman that she shouldn't run. Don't worry, I'll wait.
I'm
What have
not
I
going to be
said?
condescended to either.
I'm just telling you, if you're going to call me a name, you're going to
No,
tell
no,
me
no, I didn't say.
what did
Hold on,
I
no.
say.
I didn't say you were any of these things.
What
I
am I
said was
saying?
this is
Am
what
I
I'm
saying?
hearing.
What am I saying that pertain to anything as her sex or gender? So has Adolf said. What
Okay,
have
you
any
don't
of
have
us
to
said?
say something to infer it.
I'm
And
not
that's
inferring
let
anything.
me
I'm
get
inferring more
it
about.
out.
I'm
Let me get it
inferring
out.
about lineage.
Let
I'm
me get it
inferring
out.
about the difference between your
Let me get it out.
lineage. I'm
Let me get
referring
it
to
out.
things about your lineage
Let me get it out.
versus your right. And so for us, okay, but here's the thing. By us not doing that, let me ask you a question. How many people was in this country? How many people immigrated to this country before 1965? Can you tell me what was the group of population of people of
Hold on.
color?
Not only can I not tell you, I don't care. Let me
And
explain
that's
to
the
you why.
problem.
Oh, no, no,
That's
no,
the
no.
problem.
No, the
That's the
problem is
problem.
that
I'm
is
done.
what you are
No, that's
singularly
no,
focusing
no.
on.
That's part of the problem. We can
I'm
agree to
trying
disagree.
my level best to remain calm and not disrespect you. And I'm going to please ask that you do the same for me. But what I've been listening to is all the things that I've said. I have not heard one solution. I have not heard, and when the sister that was speaking and she spoke of elitism, what she meant by that was your examples were I don't see people who've gone to college and gotten political science degrees. I see people who dropped out of night school. I understand where you were coming from. I get what you're saying. You're saying that people who have taken the time to invest in an education and
Y'all might
political
lose me. I'm going up this
science
elevator.
and political science we should at least hear these people out because this is what they have given their life to. I'm an accountant. I would hope that you would listen to me over somebody that has a part-time job at H&R Block. I understand what you're saying. But what I believe these ladies have been trying to say to you is there is a place for people to explain the political process to us. But the political process and government are two separate animals. They have people in government who are political creatures, but that does not mean that the government and the running of the government is a political animal. Actually, running of government should be apolitical because there are times in which both ends of the political spectrum will be in power. So the machine of government is supposed to be apolitical. That's one thing. The second thing I'm saying is, as far as
You said the machine of. I'm sorry.
American
One thing I said.
descendants of
One thing I
slaves,
want to ask. So you
as
saying the machine of government should be apolitical in a democracy?
absolutely, because that's it. That is
What?
representative of a democracy. You know why? A democracy, a democratic republic, as we are, a democratic republic is designed for all. It is an umbrella of all. So just like you don't want your government slanted towards a political ideology that does not align with your beliefs, nor is it in line to help you as a person. The people on the other spectrum don't want those things as well. The problems we are having now is because the people that have been in power for the last decade or so, especially during the Trump administration, have taken the vehicle of government and turned it into a political animal. Government is designed and operates best as an apolitical because government is there to support its people regardless of belief. I should be able to receive whatever benefits, have et cetera, that I am eligible for, not because I believe as though my leader believes I should get them because I am eligible for them, period. And those who administer those benefits must be apolitical. That's why we have government employees that are civil servants. Our political appointees are a different class of government employees. And they remain that way because they are political animals. But the people who control the nuts and bolts of government, that keep it running day by day, are and should be apolitical. And mind you, there are rules and regulations in place for civil servants, wherein if they do exhibit any political biases in either direction, and it appears to have affected the performance of their jobs, they can lose those jobs. So that's number one. So there is a difference between a politician and the politics of a politician,
of course,
and the arms of government and how government should work. So that was the one thing. Number two, back to what I was saying when
should and
sister, I'm
does
sorry,
work
I
is two
keep calling
different
you
things.
sister.
But go ahead. No, should work and does work is two different things. But I hear you.
And I addressed that up front. I said within the last administration, there was a lot, and I would, like I said, the last decade, but especially
Right,
within that last
but it wasn't an
administration. I'm going to
apolitical.
finish
But
my
it wasn't
sentence.
an apolitical.
I'm going to finish my
Right.
sentence. The last administration, especially, took those levers of government that are supposed to be apolitical and bastardized those levers of government. Okay, so yes, we don't want any more of that. So though we should hear political scientists explain the political science to the masses, they are not to be exalted over everyone else as far as their opinions, and to say to put them on a scale and say, we have these political scientists over here and they have a night school dropout, does sound
like Charlemagne
elitist.
the God, who's not
I don't like
right.
Charlemagne the God. I don't like him. So for me, that means nothing. But I disagree with you. So that's what I'm saying. The way you are coming across is elitist in that regard.
I don't know how I can be elitist, but okay.
I said you are coming across. I didn't call you elitist. Right, I said you are coming across as elitist.
Right, but I don't. But again, that's your opinion, and that's your opinion of me. But no, but all of
no. That's my opinion of what you're saying. I don't have an opinion of you.
Right, but everyone else, though, when they go to politics, they are using that exact specificity. They are looking for those accreditations. They are looking for people who have this experience. They are looking for people who have this expertise. So how come? So why is it? Yeah, no, they are. So come? They are. We and I could disagree with that. How come then on the other side and on both sides, again, they're not appointing people who just say they sound good? No, they want to appoint people who have work in political work in any form of government, in any form of politics.
Because like I said, there is experience in government, and there is experience in government, and there is also political experience. Sometimes those things cross, sometimes they do not.
It's not elitist to want someone with those specific expertise to advocate for you, especially when you see that the other, especially when you see the
what is elitist
side,
about that is to dismiss the lived experiences. You did.
I didn't dismiss.
You said they shouldn't be listened to. And like I said, I am not advocating for anyone. So everyone in the audience, I am not advocating for you to listen to Charlemagne the God. I think that Charlemagne the God is a very surface level individual who does not.
They should not be in your ear and influence about politics.
But we can't control what they say. Like Charlemagne, I don't like him either. He's a problem. But the point of the matter is that he has a platform. We can't tell him you can't talk about that because
I'm not telling you
he has a platform. It's unfortunate. So we don't have any control.
Can I ask you? Can I ask you a question that you I think
that's not
maybe
necessarily
you're
true.
aware, maybe you're not. Maybe you're aware, maybe you're not. Do you know, because we do know that there are influencers, right? That Adolf may feel it's not appropriate or qualified to speak politics, to influence people when it comes to politics, whatever. Has Adolf reached out to these individuals because they know these individuals have a following, they have influence? What has Adolf done to try to merge the gap, to bring more awareness, to spread their like? What have they done?
What we have done is with the C4, we have started the conversation with the New York Times that came up about the reparations. We have rehashed that, and the people we've looked within the DNC, our own party, because that's the
Oh no,
party
I'm
we're
talking.
talking
Okay, so
about.
I'm talking about outside of the DH because
Oh, yeah,
I
no,
think.
we've reached out. Yeah, well, there have been some people that have, but not to the degree, and that's what I'm saying. We have really reached out to celebrities. We've had some couple people that have. We have tried to reach out, and we have sent the invitation to everyone to discuss. And when they look at the agenda and see that it's not people of color, it's a Black American specific, we're not getting the same support because we're not doing.
Okay, so I have a question
Yeah,
for that about that as well.
we're not doing the same thing that your NAACP is doing. We're
No,
not
I
doing
understand. I understand that Adolf's holder, their number one and entire agenda, sole agenda, is for Black Americans, not people of color, just solely for Black Americans. I
And not
understand
Black
that.
anything else, not Black Caribbean, not people that have lived here their entire lives, but they're
No, we have a
descendants of
Black agenda.
Caribbeans.
Reparations is for us. But no, we do have a progressive Black agenda. But yes, the focus, because everybody else rides on the coattails of the Black Americans.
So
Everyone
here's what,
else.
that's my
Okay,
question to you. That is my question to you. I have and this is a serious question. And this is my concern and the flaw that I feel like in being dismissive of our entire diaspora. Okay.
what?
If I'm driving down the road, I'm talking about because American descendants of slaves, ADOS, right?
Yeah.
That is the belief that American descendants of slaves, right?
Right.
So if you are here, let's say you are a first generation American
Mm-hmm.
Jamaican,
Right.
okay?
Okay.
Both of your parents were born in Jamaica. You were born here, but you are a first generation American, a Jamaican American person, okay? To exclude that person, one, like I said, that comes from the diaspora who had
We don't
similar.
identify the
Hold
diaspora,
on,
girl. Oh my God.
let me finish what I'm saying. That's my issue. Okay, because if that person were riding down the street in their car, okay, they're riding down the street in their car, and let's say that they are profiled, they're racially profiled for whatever reason, okay, or that same person is applying for housing, they're applying for loans, home loans, they're applying for schools, jobs, etc. Okay, they don't. There, it is not known by looking at them that that person's parents or lineage is from Jamaica. When they see them, they are viewed as Black, regardless of where they're from.
Okay, so
They
wait,
are
hold on.
going to receive the same treatment and
No,
the
they're not.
same.
Hold on. I have a question. Is this the same conversation that we was like the same subject that we was discussing the other night, IG? Like
Yes.
about the
Yes.
different.
Oh,
Yes.
I didn't hear I'm sorry, I didn't hear
Yeah.
the discussion the
Yes.
other night. But
Yes.
my
Because
thing is
Andre
this:
wasn't here.
Yes. No, let
I
her
wasn't
talk. Let
here.
her keep
I wasn't
talking.
here. I wasn't here. What I am saying
Let me
is,
condense it though, because I got a whole
okay, I'm
panel that
sorry.
I ain't even been able
I'm
to
I'm
get
so
sorry.
to
sorry.
yet because everybody got it
I'm
going on.
sorry.
Yeah. So let me just say this. I mean, IG can clarify, but when IG was first on the panel a few nights ago, and he was talking about the difference between like people of color, Black and brown people, and then the term Black people as it relates to like business and reparations and all of that, I completely agree. And I also understand that it sounds elitist, but at this point, I really don't care how things sound anymore. Like, I don't care about.
Oh, I understand the reparations part. I agree.
How it. I know. I'm just like laying it out.
No, I do agree. I agree with the reparations part.
Now, outside of that, outside of conversations around reparations and like becoming a protected class, like a lot of other people on this landmass are at this point. I understand why we would need to distinguish ourselves as ADOS individuals in order to also find ourselves with those same resources and accesses, etc. Now, outside of that, outside of like the business conversation, like the business of being black, outside of the bit, as Roland would say, outside of the business of being black, I see us all as the same. I know that everybody here, regardless of whether they were naturally born, whether they came on here on a banana peel slip yesterday, if your ass is a black looking person, you're going to be treated like a black person. Once you hear, for whatever reason you hear, whatever context you got here, whatever it was, whatever your parents or whatever it is, once you get here and you enter into this particular racist patriarchal system, you're going to inherit that same space, the same way that trans women assembling to a woman are going to inherit sexism and misogyny, etc., regardless of them being trans. So,
but they don't inherit the accrued disadvantage. No, they inherit the prejudice. No, they don't, because you weren't here. You don't.
But
because
nobody,
if you immigrated,
the people that are going to
you don't inherit. You
use
do not inherit the accrued disadvantage. No, that you don't. You inherit the prejudice of being perceived
the people who
as
are
black.
who are in control of the levers.
It's not about culture perceived. It's not about perception for me either. Okay, there's a reason why most people immigrate here. You came here and decided to immigrate after the 1965 immigration. You came here and decided to immigrate after Jim Crow, redlining. So yes, while you were wherever you from, if you first, second, third generation American, you were from your respective country fighting your conquistador, fighting your opposer. So no. You did not inherit the accrued disadvantages to be a black person in this country. So that we're not doing melanin. We're not doing African.
No. I'm not talking about. I'm not even speaking about melanin. I'm speaking
talking about as black. No, I'm saying we're not doing melanin, meaning that because you look Negroid genophenotype, that's what I mean, girl. That you automatically, no, you do not automatically inherit the accrued disadvantages that the ancestors who fought in this country. Because I would never go to Haiti and say, hey, I would never go to Haiti, because here's the reason why I can't go to Haiti, Jamaica, Nigeria, Cameroon. I can't go to any of those countries and say, oh, based off of the African diaspora of slavery, you should have something for me, but you didn't, because you didn't put that structure from your country for me to then come here and undergird myself in the identity of Nigerians. I stand in the shoes of where affirmative action and all those coalitions, the immigrants weren't here for that. That was all Black Americans.
Okay,
so no. So it's not the same. Hold on. You didn't fight. You did not fight. Your ancestors did not fight to come through the accrued disadvantages of Jim Crow and redlining. So no, melanin being, because here's the thing. Because also too, because you're being disingenuous. Because people of color, especially the Negro,
being disingenuous or not. When I keep trying to say what I need to say, you cut me off.
Especially of the Negroid people, you're being disingenuous because you only say that you're black when it's time to get the scholarship. You only tell when you're hanging around black people and ingratiating yourself in your culture, you're black. But then you would say, hold on, I'm not black, I'm Dominican. I'm Nation.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Okay. So let me explain what I'm trying to say to you. What I understand all of that. I get what you're saying. What I am saying is the people that are in control of the levers of power are not going to investigate any of the things that you are saying to determine whether. Wait a minute. Let me finish. To determine whether or not those levers of power are going to move for you. When you go and apply for whatever have you, those that are in control of the levers of power could not give one less of a damn if you are born here or there. I understand what you're talking about. I understand the respect and reverence we need to show our ancestors who endured those things. Just like those people in the diaspora understand the levers and things that their ancestors have.
But Andrew, they do. Statistically, they do, because they come over here.
I'm not
They
talking
get
about amongst us. I'm not talking about them. I get what I
no,
get.
no, 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 no. I'm
Sometimes they
talking
come
about
with the elitist attitudes. They come with. I
no,
get that.
Andrew. No, Andrew, I'm speaking to specifically what you just stated. They do. And our government does know it. Our government does know it. They absolutely do. That's why you see other nationalities that have dark melons like us. They do. And they will, on applications and things of that nature, they will definitely apply as Black American, and they will also be treated, although they know that you look at the Latinos and all of that, it absolutely, statistics proves that what IG is actually saying is true. We don't see it that way because we don't look at it from that standpoint. We just look at it from a melanin, a color, a complexion thing. We see the surface. We don't see beneath the surface of what's actually happening. That has been consistently happening.
No, I understand all of what you're saying. I do understand what you're saying. What I am saying is to focus for us to focus on that is to our detriment. I am not saying that if you let me finish, I am. I am not saying that those things are not happening, have not happened. I'm not saying I get what you're saying. Immigration, when you get here, there are benefits that are available. I get all of that. What I am saying, those things that we see are being used to hurt us when we focus on those.
What? Andrew, you know why I have to disagree?
Hold on. We have a really big problem in this country, and the big elephant in the room is that this African descendants of slaves have not gotten their inheritance. They have not gotten their lick back in the form of reparations, in the form of
we are owed it too,
in the form of land. There is a people in this land whose ancestors built the agriculture, gave America its culture, that whose blood is unjustifiably in this land, who have nothing, have absolutely nothing.
1000%
We have no land, we have no political power, we have no military power, we have nothing, and our government has not done anything
100% right.
Render that to be the case. I do not believe, and I don't care how divisive it sounds, that people who share our melanin also deserve or is to inherit and or should benefit before the people whose blood is still crying aloud from this land. No,
I agree.
Order as hell. And
I agree.
And if there are people that look like us in this space who feel that they should somehow have equal claim, like, I'm so sorry, they're so disillusioned and delusional and so misinformed, and I'm just so sorry that that's how their immaturity is set the fuck up, that they think they can get here yesterday and for some reason be
I agree with what you are saying. I agree. Clearly I'm not being clear. I agree with all of that. What I am saying is we've got to understand those two things are separate. We are old, just like. Listen, I'm not saying we shouldn't get them. That's not what I'm saying. So before you get mad, I'm about to agree with you. I agree. Just like the Japanese they got their reparations. Just like the Native American population receives a reparation. Just like I believe the Irish. There are a lot of communities in this country that we do not realize that have and still are benefiting from the reparations of the things that have been made right for their people and their ancestors. I agree totally with that. I do think Black Americans are deserving of those things. I am not saying that anyone else from the diaspora is deserving of those things. What I am saying is, because we are deserving of those things and should have those things, it is an issue that should be addressed, but it is a separate issue that should be addressed.
From what?
Separate from what?
I think
separate from what? Separate from what?
Yeah, like separate
from what?
I want to add to it
because I'm going to be honest.
I want to hear separate from what?
Okay.
She gonna answer, but what it's given is that
I think there are more issues. That's what I'm saying. I think we should get that, and there are additional things that should be addressed as well. That's all I'm saying. And what I am saying is, what is being used to hurt us and to prevent us from receiving the things that we are owed is by using this wedge issue.
No,
you don't understand, sweetie. You don't understand.
The issue is
you don't understand.
We haven't. No, the issue.
You don't
is
understand.
We haven't been wedging.
You don't understand.
Wedging. It's the fact that the Black Americans have been on
all
colors and all melanin matters.
You don't understand.
That's the reason why we in the situation we in
yes.
now, because we ain't been.
And what other issues? Because I'm gonna say this too. Because even where was the tree? Remember what you said about the truancy laws, right? Okay. Do you also know when she did that in California? That's why the lineage matters, and the your lineage in this country. Okay, you either have the choice, because it's about class now. You either had the choice to pay the $2,000, right? Or you do jail time. So how could the people who's been plundered to the bottom institutionally, not like the immigrants who just got here, like the people who paid the plunder through all of the institutions. So do you expect the working class Black American to have $2,000 cash on hand because they're proud? Because that's going to do. You're going to have You're going to have more. You're going to have more Black. I'm just saying, for rumors to see, you're going to have more Black people going to jail in that aspect. And I get the reason why you're saying, but I'm just saying, in hindsight, just like we voted for that, y'all voted for the crime bill, right? And y'all saying, "Oh, I'm sorry, we shouldn't have did that. We shouldn't have did that. We can't just blame Biden for that. We did that."
Right. And you should dedicate yourself to undo it.
So in that sense, but we did that from the guise of respectability politics. We did that from the guise of trying to play to the white gaze of American respectability politics. And now we see that we have the data 30 years later. We now see how much detrimental that was. So I'm curious to know what other aspects. So for a Black American, you tell me what is more important than the specificity, because I'm not just talking about reparations. I'm talking about the grants, because when you do the census, I'm talking about when you do your grants, how the money is allocated through the state. All those things are disaggregated by national origin and race. So how are you going to then turn? Because nobody comes to this country to not have something specifically done for their people. Cubanos do stuff specifically for Cubanos. When COVID happened, the illegals got something specifically. It is very intellectually dishonest and piss poor for you to think that you should not, and that's because you've been programmed, regardless if you're Black American, you've been programmed to think that melanin or see everything through diaspora, when everyone else comes here Trinidadian businesses stay Trinidadian.
Just like I'm making sure that you understand that I'm speaking about what I'm hearing and not you as a person.
No, I am.
Please do that for me, because you say you've been programmed, you've been this. No, I'm talking about me. I'm talking about me. I'm talking when you say because you've been programmed, you've been this, and you think
because
I don't think any of those things.
So what could you possibly go ahead, Conscious? You do what you do, baby.
I just have a question, because it really just sounds like it really just feels like, because I don't like
Trump is gonna win.
If we all clear about
Kamala, vote for Kamala.
If we all clear about, because everybody's saying, oh, like we get what IG's saying, so I don't understand what we're still, what is the confusion then? Because
okay, I would like to explain that to you.
He is talking about establishing an ID for Black Americans, an actual ID that specifies us, that grounds us, that gives us claim to the things that we know we are entitled to and should be benefiting from, something that can distinguish us, since we in a system that's lumping all people that look Black as Black. So now we need
and they get wrongs for immigration.
So we need these lines of demarcation so that the type of Black people who actually have a right to certain claims and to certain benefits and certain resources can actually get those things, but we're not going to get those things as long as there's no dividing lines, as long as it's everybody that looks Black gets to be Black and sign up to Black. This is what actually allows them to continue to act like the conversations around resources and reparations and all of this shit has got to be so complicated.
I think that's a fact that we're talking about. We're talking about fact and community.
This is what they're placating too. And if we say that, okay, we get all that, we get it, then it seems like then the rest of the issue is the fact that it just feels divisive. I mean, that's okay. Feelings are subjective and feelings are perfectly fine. And if feelings are hurt, they just are hurt. I mean, it's okay. You live, you'll be all right. I mean, things can still be factually, and those facts can hurt your damn feelings, and both things can exist simultaneously, because this came up in the last discussion too, where.
But Conscious, I have a question for you as well.
And it sounds like, and I know, Andrew, like when you was in the chat, like you wasn't saying anything objective. You just like, it just sounds divisive. It just
no. Here's what I'm trying, and I'm trying to make sure that I'm clear on that. Here's what I'm trying to say. What I feel like, and I'm not talking about the feelings, I'm talking about me feeling like, is fact based on a form. Yes, you were this, you were this, you were this. To me, those are facts. Those have nothing to do with feelings, right? I'm this, I'm entitled to this. I get that part. That right there is separate. I should have that based on this criteria. It is this. Okay, so let's sit that aside. We're agreeing that with that criteria, this sect of people should be. Now let's talk about the community as a whole, because I know that right there is a fact. That right there is I am a descendant. My ancestors, my lineage shows that I am a descendant and I am deserving of these things. Okay. So my thing is, that's not something that can be argued. Now let's go and talk about the community. I'm saying that we know that stuff is a fact.
Yeah.
Okay, now let's talk about the betterment of the community. The betterment of the community is not simply based on those facts of things that we already know.
Which community are you talking about?
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Those things are different. The things that I am owed and should be given. Can you please let me finish it, please? I get your passion, and I'm actually excited that you are passionate, because more people need to be passionate about these sorts of things. So I understand that. And I am not in any way trying to offend you. I promise I'm not. What I'm trying to say is the community is different from the fact of what I am owed. I can be a member of a larger community and still be owed these things in that community. I am saying some things in life are based on your demographics of what you look like. And I still have these things that I am owed.
You see what I'm saying? I agree.
But what you say you agree? Do you get what I'm trying to say?
Yes,
don't.
I'm sorry,
Yeah, okay.
I can't see his name.
Hold on, y'all.
I can't see his name.
It's
I
Tim.
want to say yes. Hey, how's everybody?
I want to get Tim, and then I want to get the Ultimate TV in here to chime in too on this discussion. Hey, Tim.
Hey, how are you? This discussion is really deep, but I want to say that I agree with what she is saying, and the reason why I agree is because it's like, you know, when we look at it, well, I'm not saying that as Black Americans we carry this country on our damn backs. You know, my grandfather fought in the Vietnam War. We know these things. We know that our cities was burned down. We know that a lot of things that we did. You see these Black women that are in the Olympics that is carrying America and representing this motherfucker, and the way they treat us is so uncalled for. We see this. But I agree with her because it's like we can't sit up here and ignore, because look what's happening in Congo. Look what's happening in
I don't care
Sudan.
what happens in Congo.
Well, listen. When I'm
Tim,
implying,
before you even go down like your rabbit hole, can I just add that IG outside of the Black is business conversation, he's never said that outside of that we should not continue.
We have a progressive Black agenda,
and that we should live amongst each other and be kind to each other and help each other and be communal to each other. Like, it's not like
that's what I'm talking about right there.
It's not like
that's
there's
what I'm talking
one
about.
over the other. He ain't saying like.
I didn't say you weren't saying
that. Us over here, and then it's like, fuck these people. We don't.
I'm not saying he's saying that at all. I don't think he believes that.
What community are you talking about? Y'all both okay? Define the community. What both of y'all define what is the community?
They basically asking you like, what? So what are Black?
no, I'm not talking.
What are
I'm
Black?
not talking to IG.
But
me?
What's that's the thing? What's define the community?
Okay, that's what I'm saying. I think the community and you told me to define it. I'm trying.
Hold on. Actually, allow Tim to took it to you because I interrupted him. Go ahead, Tim.
Oh, okay. The reason why I say that is because we see what's happening with the DEI shit. They're calling us that too. They're calling us woke. They don't want to see us on they don't want to see us benefit. They don't care about our reparations. They don't give a shit about that. And that's what I'm implying. And I'm not including Jamaicans. I'm not including Africans. I'm not including them. But what I'm also including is that their cities are being colonized as well. Those people are being implanted with hierarchical shit that's going on. You get what I'm saying? So it's very plural.
Are you talking about in this country?
No, in other countries.
Oh my fucking God. I'm done, y'all. I'm gonna take a break.
IG, hold on, before you get off. Okay, before he got off, I wanted to tell him I don't think that is an either or. I think it's a both and. I think maybe that explains it better. I think we deserve what we deserve, but I also think that we are members of a larger community as well, not or.
As a whole,
We deserve what we deserve, and we still have to be members of a larger community.
So
let me
hold on. But what IG is saying is that everybody else who feel they owe something need to go get their shit.
Right.
Then go get the shit. Go get the shit.
Do they feel that they owe?
But I want to finish. with because I want to land my plane. Because I don't know why IG's taking it so personal, because I'm not really implying it to what he's saying. What I'm implying it to is that this shit is affecting all of us. And so I'm not talking about reparations. I'm not talking about what Blacks deserve. We know we deserve a lot of shit. We know this.
And we should get it. And we should get it, right.
But we are really good at self-sabotaging. I'm gonna say that shit because it's like if Kamala Harris would have invited a lot of white pop stars and shit, we would have been sitting up here talking about how she's not Black, she's not like us, she's this, that, and the goddamn third. And I'm so sick of it because I'm just so sick of it because it's like, will we ever fucking be happy? Will we ever we'll talk about it's just
I agree that I get what Conscious is saying. I do get what you're saying, Conscious.
Exactly where IG is coming from in this entirety, because even me, I have to compartmentalize all of my shit. Like, I know Kamala is not the end all be all. She is not single-handedly going to change the fucking world, and there's never going to be no change that's not going to be without the assistance and the aid of the actual people. Like, we still got work to do, right in our households, right in our neighborhoods, right in the way that we show up
exactly
in the world, regardless of government, regardless of politicians, mayors, etc. And I think what IG be getting frustrated about is the fact that a lot of times us as people who struggle in the system, we be latching on to like half a win, a third of a win, a partial of a win, and then we turn that molehill of a win into a whole fucking mountain, and that's hardly where the buck needs to end at. Like, black people get relaxed real quick. You're right. On the job.
But I want to add to this. There's a chance that how far as we came, there's a chance that all that shit can get taken away from us. The cops could pull us over and we'll never see those reparations. That's what I'm implying, is that they can take our rights away, they can take the vote, they can take all that shit away, and we're so busy focusing and fighting each other over who's not like us. Who is this? Who is that? We deserve this.
My criticism
has been, this is the willful ignorance for me.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Because my whole thing has been as well, because I see that too, and I have been addressing that in my live streams. There are people who are like on the extreme opposites of the polarity. Like, there are people who are like, absolutely, this is the win of all wins. And then there are the people who are like, fuck all this ain't where it's at. But I do feel like there's a way to have it both ways. And that's why I was saying that even me, I have had to compartmentalize. I understand. Like, I'm happy. Okay. Like, for instance, I'm happy for the Kamala win for just a few things on a general basis. I'm happy to see it for women, period. Like, in a patriarchy, I'm happy to see it for a woman in a position like this. That's dope. That means a lot to me. That's sympathetic for me. I came from a community of women. I've saw them be effective leaders. I know that women can be just as capable and competent in leadership as men can be. To see this happening under all of this is amazing. For two, I'm clear about the fact that I ain't trying to deal with Trump on no level. I didn't want him in the first place, and I don't want him in the second place. Like,
the third one either,
he ain't the one, the two, or the three for me. So, so there's all of that there. Then I look at her policies. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. She gonna also be able to bring some things in that I actually really can stand by, because I champion those things as well. And I want to have a leader who has their eyeballs on a lot of the things that she's been working on since her time as DA, as prosecutor, and certainly as VP. So that's all of my surface shit. At the same time, like IG saying though, I'm very clear at this point that there ain't no single savior in this situation. So we need to be having 50 million, 11,000 other type of conversations aside from President Kamala. She is literally like, she's a chicken wing in a big ass bucket of KFC. Like, there's legs, thighs, breasts, all type of shit, and a goddamn bucket is white, black, is all type of shit in there that we need to also be focused on. And like I said, I understand why the IGs of the world have to kind of go a little bit of extra hard. It's because we have an extra habit of falling the fuck asleep and getting our priorities out of whack and thinking that the job is done, and we ain't even hardly made it past
But
like,
IG, I'm glad you joined back.
Hold on, what you call that shit on the job?
Affirmative action.
Probationary period.
Yeah.
No, that ain't what I'm even talking about.
Sorry.
Like, what you call that shit when it's like in the beginning of the job, like when they teaching you, like what is called that? Like what's that period called?
The training period.
Orientation.
Training. It's
Yeah,
training.
so we ain't even got past orientation yet, and we be like promised land. So I get why IG basically is like he is the voice that reminds us, bitch, y'all can't get comfortable. Don't get comfortable. Not gonna let you get comfortable. We got a lot of yard work to do, bitch, and I know y'all don't like it because y'all want to sit in the victory. But once again, I do think we can have both. I think we can understand. Woo! Like there's some things to feel good about here. We can enjoy this and also be reminded that the work is for a lifetime. Like the work
IG, you're
is
right. IG, I want to say I'm glad you joined back because I want to make sure I say this to you. Okay, like I said, I respect and I admire your passion. I do. All I'm saying is we do need to focus on the things that you're talking about, but there are things that protect those things, fight for those things, all of them. But there are also things that affect the broader community that when they affect us in a larger way. What is the saying? When America gets a cold, Black America gets the flu.
You got to nuance that. I don't want y'all to speak in a general way. Like, what's an example of like what is this like?
Okay, like you said. Okay, right, like you're saying. All right, so all of the things that we're the reparations, the housing, all that. Yes. However, but the broader community as a whole, the broader Black, I'll just say the broader, not the ADOS community, the broader Black community as a whole.
All of us, yeah.
Okay. The policing issues affect all of us in the same way.
Yeah, granted immunity, like
they do not because it's about on site.
I'm sorry.
That's what they affect. They will affect. If I'm driving down the street, or if
IG hasn't denied that. Is what I keep.
I didn't say he was. I didn't say he was. What I'm saying is I don't want the focus to exclusively be on or to
say it. No, say it. No, say it.
What she's saying.
What you're asking for is the definition of insanity, because what IG is still pointing out to you, we've done that repeatedly. We have done that repeatedly. And then the issue of what's important for us as a community, as Black Americans in the ADOs or whatever you want to call it, our issues are not dealt with. Meanwhile, everybody else is benefiting off of the mule work that community has done.
What I am saying, what I am saying is we still do need to focus on those. Sure,
but can I say the focus should be getting Kamala in?
Can I just please finish my thought?
Let me shut up, y'all. I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead, Herb.
The reality is we have done that repeatedly. Let's talk about what's happened since we did exactly what you said. White women benefited from things that was intended for Black people. Other minority groups benefited for things that were intended for Black people. When things were set aside for Black people, we even had the white community benefiting from things that was meant for us. So he's saying that for a perfectly good reason. We have had a history of doing what you said, and it has yet to work. At some point, we need to either get on the toilet or get off of it. And the fact is, we need. Can you please let me finish my thought? I'm still talking.
I am so sorry.
The reality is, we have done that. To continue to do the same behavior and continue to expect a different result is the very definition of insanity. There needs to be focus on other things, but we cannot get off our square. The point, in fact, is every time when it came down to when it mattered to stand on that square, we did not do it. And IG is reminding you, stop doing the same damn thing and expecting a different result, because you will continue to get the same results you always gotten. Everybody else will be benefiting. And to show you how bad it is, you actually have other minority groups feeling entitled to Black people work. And you don't see the problem with that?
And we can't.
That other people have the audacity to demand that we intervene on their issues, but at the same time, they do not have the same energy to intervene on ours.
What the fuck? Congo. That's what I'm saying. This is why I'm so.
Everybody else wants to benefit off of the work that this community has done. A lot of people would not even be in this country had it not been for the civil rights movement and what was achieved through that movement. And yet, and still,
you wouldn't even want to come here.
Thank you.
You're right.
And
You
yet,
wouldn't even
and
want to
still,
come. And the thing what gets me, and that's what gets me hot. Because
can I just please finish my thought? And yet, and still, we have people come here with the audacity to sit in our faces and look down on us, but yet they're benefiting from the work that we did, the sacrifices that we made. It was our blood in the streets. It was our ancestors that had to endure to the very end. Because when it was time for everybody else to endure to the very end, they opted out.
And you are right. And I am saying now that we've done that, those things are true.
I'm
Those
just
things
trying
are
to land my
absolutely
plane.
true. Okay.
Can I just land the plane?
Yes,
Yes, ma'am. I say yes, ma'am.
All I'm saying is that when you have people purposely separating themselves, because we have seen what has happened with the quote unquote diaspora. Once they get what they want out of our community, they quickly remind you that they're not us. Even with the song They're Not Like Us was so poignant at this point in time. Because let's use Drake as an example. He became a culture vulture. Like
Your audio went out.
And I'm gonna calm down. Only thing I'm saying is that's what I'm saying. It's like the brother talk about and this is why I'm depressed, because I know, no offense, sister, there are gonna be people like you who are gonna say vote for Kamala, and you're gonna put these ideals. Because here's the thing, I don't give a fuck about what's going on in the Congo. You know why I don't give a fuck? Because when they bring their asses over here, they don't come here knowing about the civil rights. They don't come over here knowing that they were only the right of the decimal. They don't come over here knowing about the Red Summers. They don't come here knowing about Tulsa. And when they get their funky asses over here, we advocate for everyone. There is no Hispanic causes advocating for Black American specific issues, but we out there. There is no Trinidadian caucus.
Nobody advocating for us. Nobody.
So why are you, as a Black American, and I'm sorry, but
and that's why I'm cold about it now too. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. I see what time it is.
You should. That's what I'm saying. You talk about
haul ass. Everybody come and
what
go.
About the Congo? I don't give a fuck what's happening at the Congo.
Everybody come and put their foot in it and get theirs and haul ass, and then we the only ones who continue to legislate everybody else from the bottom up, but nobody comes back for us. So I don't give a fuck no more about how it sounds or what it feels like, what people feel like. Black Americans need their own shit, and it's time for us to galvanize and to do what we need to do to distinguish ourselves so that we can get the fuck on with it and let whoever heard about it be fucking heard about it.
Okay, can I just say this and then I'll hop off for the evening? Because I feel like I don't know what's going on anymore. But I've literally been in classrooms in West Africa and seen on a chalkboard our history being taught to people that share one pencil amongst their family. I don't know if you've been able to do that, if you can say that you've seen it, because it sounds like you're speaking from emotion, IG. But what I do know is visiting Cape Coast and seeing the door of no return. It wasn't as though they plucked Black people from random spots in the ground. They pulled families apart. And the other side of that family is still in Ghana being colonized. So it's not as though we just came from nobody. The other part of our ancestry had to deal with their own colonization on their own soil. There's a history there. There's still a relationship there. So when you're being divisive, you're being divisive amongst the wrong people. The people that don't look like us are the main ones that we need a line of delineation between. And so this whole conversation about, oh, they're not like us and they benefit. A lot of Africans who come to America have to go through a visa process in which they either have to prove their intellectual ability, they have to be someone who's going to benefit the country by being a doctor or a scientist or whatever.
And then they come here and talk shit and match and degrade the fuck out of us. And
But
if
can I say this?
And then once,
They
and
get
then
their
okay,
nigga
and
wet. They
D,
get their
and
nigga
let me give you a
wake up
pushback.
what
Now, D,
Africans to even desire, if
Yeah,
it
when
wasn't
they get
for
arrested.
and D,
Adolf
let me give you some pushback.
Please
You're a
do.
very educated woman. So the people that you went to West Africa, do they identify as black?
Black is a social construct that's in the Western world. So in
Correct.
Africa,
And you
they
know,
identify based on their tribal relationship.
right. So let me ask you a question then. How are you? Because that's what I'm saying. I'm sorry, D. I love everything. It's the first time I really strongly disagree with you, sweetheart. Um, um, no, ma'am, because that's in Africa. So once you got off the slave ships, you're no longer. Hear what I'm saying? Your ethnicity, your origin might be African, but once you got off those slave ships, because this is one thing, D, this is one thing we don't do. We don't tell the Dominicans and the Afro-Cubanos, even if they are African descent, there's not a push in their respective countries to have a flatness or connection to Africa. We were given that by Jesse Jackson and that 1988. So we'll know that's not the connection. We're no longer connected because if we were connected still, then there would be an infrastructure from the respective country or tribe that we come from.
There's
And there will be
literally
the
a biological connection.
and there will be the infrastructure like we have here. Because remember, they're still following. I'm not trying to say I don't. Hear me what I'm saying. Because yes, they had the. You're absolutely right. The Cubans and the Puerto Ricans had to deal with the conquistadors. The Afro-continental Africans, however, that is their fight on their continent. That is their lineage. They are no longer connected to us in policy. They're no longer connected to us. We're like, I don't know, 500 years removed now. So it is a very dangerous thing. So unless you're a certain class of person who does travel to Africa, because there are not that many people who travel to Africa, girl, there's not that many American descendant slaves. You're of a certain educational class to be able to take that trip. Now, however, I would expect then, if you did go to one of the countries or tribes in Africa, then you would know then, no, they don't have a different function. No one's saying that they didn't go through diaspora. Then they need to deal with the French, the Chinese, whoever's on their continent to get their redress. I can't vicariously fight through them and for them for
They're
me.
not asking you to.
But
And that's
right. But they're
that when
asking.
they're
Hold on.
coming to
But they
America,
are
they're
asking.
not actively advocating against descendants of African slaves. They're not our enemy. And the way that you spoke about it in this whole conversation, you made it seem as though othering Africans is a way that we're going to get reparations. And they are not our issue.
Well,
They are
it's
not
not
our
othering
We need to
Africans.
focus your energy
Because
on the people that run this government. And it's not Nigerians, it's not Cubans, it's not Puerto Ricans. Your energy seems to be misplaced, and you're never going to get what you want if your whole entire argument is trying to delineate the difference between you and a Ghanaian. It's just
And can I add?
But we disagree. But here, D, we're going to disagree because
Okay, so
yes,
this is
it
my
is.
question. Hold on. So then I think that what will really just bring this all full circle is that if what IG is saying, even though it may sound divisive and it may come off like this and it may come off like that, if what he's saying is inherently divisive and it's in the wrong direction, then can somebody explain to me why all black ass people on this landmass are still in the fucking struggle? So what's the
good at
actual
self-sabotaging.
everything? If we're going to just flush the toilet on everything that IG just said, what's the problem then? Like, what's the actual solution then? What needs to happen? Like, what's the way uphill?
That is such a broadened question. Like,
well, when we try to nuance it, it gets nowhere apparently.
Right
so
now?
it must need to be broad. So let's broaden the horizon.
Like for right now?
You said what? What happened?
Like for right now, what the result should be?
Well, the solution, right?
Yeah, what's the solution? Are we going to keep
correct.
doing people of color? Are we going to keep being mixed in and disaggregated before 1965 immigration? Because that's one thing too. And D, you know I'm not lying. To the right of the decimal in this country, the immigration policy was to the right of the decimal. So I don't understand intellectually how
do you see through nationality and citizenship? How do you see someone who is from another continent who has several different countries and tribes through melanin as you? I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry.
How do I
That
see
doesn't
them
work.
as me? I never said I see them as me. What I'm saying is you seem to focus your energy. You believe the solution is to delineate yourself
And it's
from
not just
Africans and
black
diaspora.
immigrants, by the
But
way,
I'm
it's all
telling you,
immigrants.
a nation that was built on the Black or enslaved people, there's not, I may be pessimistic. I don't believe that we are going to see reparations in our lifetime. But if it's possible, it's not going to
Hold
be
on.
because we
Somebody
made
got a lot of background noise going on. I don't know what it is. It's some background. Oh, it's Emily. Okay, go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, a nation that was built on systemic and chattel slavery is not going to see us in our lifetime get any type of reparations that we believe we deserve. So the focus of making sure that everyone knows that we're descendants of slaves and we're not Nigerian, to me, is not a solution. I don't see how that's going to be our saving grace. Maybe you can prove me wrong in 50 or 100 years and see that all we needed to do was say that we're descendants of slaves and then everything started working out for us. But I feel like we're so far removed from this idea that what we label ourselves is a solution to end oppression.
It's not about labeling ourselves as we did like the North African NAFTA, like the MENA, like they did with the Department of Congress, right? Since even in this country, now North Africans are maybe about 5%, 6% of the country versus the sub-Saharan Africans that come here, right? So the North Africans, who are only about, like I said, 5 or 6% in this country, understood that, hold on, I'm white status, and my identity, because your class, how you're in this system is different, how you are taxed. Your class, right? Because we can't talk about institutional racism and all those things without dealing with the class of race. So it's not about necessarily saying we are not, because we have black immigrants. See, y'all are misconstruing what I'm saying. I'm saying for when it comes to black immigrants, yes, they're more dangerous because they share the same phenotype. At the same time, they do not share your lineage. They do not share your historical context because when they come here, they are disconnected from that. Same way, if I go to Nigeria, I am not connected to what is the culture and what is the political redress to what it is to be a Nigerian in Lagos. I'm not connected to that. At the same time, there's no reciprocity. You cannot go to any of those African countries, Ms. D, and there's not a system in place for you or me as a Black American. As a matter of fact, there isn't any Black Americans in any of these other Black countries. Where's the Black American people who are from America that are in Haitian politics in Haiti? Don't worry, I'll wait. Where are the Black Americans that are standing in the space of Ghanaians in Ghana? Don't worry, I'll wait.
Well, there is
Ain't
actually
Wyclef
something in
joined in
Ghana,
the
but okay.
Haiti?
To the
Wyclef.
degree of Black Americans? To the same
so
degree?
Du Bois
To
actually
the
said
same
an
degree?
African American, what is it called? Anyway, there is land being offered to African Americans.
I didn't say land. I said in the sense of politics. Where do you see Black American people who got off during the 1619 project in Ghana sitting in the space for Ghana citizens,
So
sitting
you
in
are
political?
asking if these countries that still wear white powder wigs when they sit in their Congress, you're asking them where's their progressivism in allowing descendants of people in their political system. These are not fully developed countries. So we can
Right, I know.
Right. So you're expecting them to uphold the same standards of government that we lack in our developed country.
Yes, because you know why? And let me say this to you, reason why. It doesn't, even if that's the case, and it's not nice, but it's the truth. Yes, I would expect that because if you're able to then come here and be classified as me and well, your ancestors wasn't here to fight for affirmative action. No, you was in Nigeria. Your ancestors wasn't here dealing with sharecropping and everything. No, you were in Cameroon. Your ancestors wasn't here when we were fighting and coming with all those things to redress. Because again, it's not reparations, but the programs that were put in place when Dr. King was toward the end of his life, right? When he was suppressing, hey, we're going to come to Congress and get our check. Dr. King.
Did Dr. King say only descendants of slaves, or did he say?
Okay, and here's where I'm going to get you right here.
Mm-hmm.
During the time when that happened, what was the immigration population when Dr. King said that? Huh? Do you know?
What did you say?
What was the immigration population when Dr. King said that? So he don't have to say that, ma'am, because before 1965, it's not my opinion. You can look at the census records. The immigration policy was to the right of the decimal. So it was the descendants of Negroes and colors. We're using American descendants of
Terrible
slaves.
example when you're trying to make this argument. Someone who was so inclusive, someone who was very for desegregation is a terrible example of the argument that you're trying to make.
No, it's not a terrible argument. I'm saying
descendants of slaves.
Because you don't understand. No, you're confusing segregation with immigration.
Well, what I'm saying is
segregation.
He's not someone who would have advocated for.
No, he advocated for segregation. No, you're right. He advocated. No.
Not a good example.
He advocated because during that time, what you're talking about, there wasn't no mass immigration. No. The only people that were here fighting the critical mass were the descendant of Negroes and colors, which are Black Americans. So no, it's been hijacked. That thing with this was King's dream. No.
It's not hijacked.
It was
Yeah,
hijacked.
but you do have some African American people who've already got a reparations in Evanston, Illinois. You do know that, right?
That's a state thing. We're talking about federal. Because what happened
that is correct, but to make the assumption that it never happened, that's not correct.
No. You're talking about state redress. I am talking about the specificity of federal movement policy. We're not talking about state by state. That's the kind. No, it was a federal attempt to allow things happen with the domestic terrorism. So no, I'm talking about federally, even outside of reparations.
Hold on.
And one more thing I'm gonna say, D. Just like I have an issue with the Black American boomers that are here that are bootleg that has messed up. You have to be, not you, but that's a repeat of selfishness. Because like the boomers did piss poor politics and how they lobbied for their pensions and how they lobbied for different things for the housing market with America to make sure that they were okay when they pissy and shitty, that they will be okay. You have to be willing to fight. I know that I might not see a goddamn dime of reparations. That doesn't mean, just like the piss poor politics that was dropped on the left for the last 40, 50 years for us, that doesn't mean that's a selfish thing to say. Oh, because you're not going to see this lifetime, you don't fight for it as if policy doesn't live on? What are we talking about?
I want to know, what's the difference between IG saying it? Because when you look at the system that they have created in California to deal with the issue of reparations, they also are dealing in lineage. Like, it's all about what you are a descendant of is who's qualifying for reparations. If you look into their reparations. So what's the difference between, ain't nobody pushing back against that, ain't nobody outraged, like, oh my God,
in Cobras,
like,
in
ain't nobody saying, oh my God, like, that's so divisive. So what's the difference between
in Cobra?
I think the problem is that and I don't want to say a problem. I think what we're experiencing is our compassions for others. Like, we have such this thing in us that I don't even want to say it's programming us. I just think it's naturally who we are. That we just have a thing with our humanity and it's so weird. We have it for everyone else but our own people, or whatever the case. And it's really, really weird. I don't think there is absolutely nothing wrong with us. We should have our own. Every other community and group have their own. We deserve to have our own. There should be a separation between, in regards to what we have as a community. There should be a separation of what is ours and then what is for the colors. You know what I'm saying? Like, true story. Like, they should have, like, I'm not saying that this government shouldn't offer them, like, even though I do think it's wild. If I've never been to any other country, like, big country. I've been to the islands, but I don't even know their politics, to be honest. But I can't imagine, like, if there was other countries that offered the same thing that the U.S. offers to the immigrants. I believe a lot of us would have been had fucking left. True story. So, in knowing that, for me, logically, I don't see why even the immigrants could come over, because that's what it's like. They're taking, and okay, the government is willingly giving it to them, but they're taking it knowing that they did not fucking earn it. And they don't give a fuck that we're not eating. And for me personally, because that's the best example I can give. I don't give a damn if I got a whole fucking turkey on my table, and it's only just me and my 2 sons, and the government tells you that you're welcome to my home. You come into my motherfucking house and take off my table without my permission. That's a problem. That's a problem. And you're damn sure about to fix no plate. And you're damn sure ain't about to fix no plate to take none with you.
And you're not
like
doing
at the end of the day, you ain't bringing nothing. But so, and that's not listen. And that's
policy.
No, listen to me. And that's not a bad thing. I think 2 things could be true at the same time. Because regardless of anything, I believe in allyship. And I'm a human being before anything else. I'm a human being before anything else. But the reality is, we know that we'll use, because everybody talk about reparations, let's talk about affirmative action. Affirmative action was for us.
Thank you.
It was for us.
People of color? Where was Nigeria?
The language that was put in that, the language that was placed in that, right, in that proposal, and how they choose to label us, because I come from a very diverse family background. Like when it comes, I have Jamaicans, Haitian. It's a lot of truth to the things that IG is saying, but there's also the pendulum swing both ways, because I do know other nationalities, other races that do not look down on us as Black Americans. They have empathy and all, you know what I mean, and all different colors. We have allyship in those people.
Yes,
however, there are a lot of them that really don't fucking identify as us. They don't. I've sat in, listen, not even the people that I'm related to. I've sat in shops. Ladies, let's be for real. I've sat in nail shops, braiding salons, people that look just the fuck like me and talk about us like fucking dogs.
Pulling your hair out and shit.
Have no respect for us.
Let's be clear.
In defense of them. But hold on, let me finish. But to be in defense of those people, that's because they were brainwashed. They were taught something about us that is not true. But knowing that, this is the thing where I feel like we need to find commonality. We know that they have been oppressed just like we've been oppressed. Facts about it, they're more like the indigenous people of this land, where their homes were invaded. You understand what I'm saying? Like they had to suffer in it. We were pulled away from ours.
Okay, thanks.
But it's a lot. There is a lot to be there for us to have compassion. And 2 things can be true at the same time. We need to have our fucking own, and they should have theirs as well. There should be something separate from ours.
Here's the thing, though. Here is the thing, because once again, I'm hearing it feels like nobody want to say it. I don't know whether it's because everybody just,
Hold
on, let me get it out. I don't know.
I'm saying this afternoon.
I don't know if it's that, like, people, I don't know if it's a fear of being vulnerable or what it is, because what I just keep on fucking hearing, no matter how many ways it's sliced and diced, is that people of color, because I am making the distinction in this conversation because of the context in which we're having the conversation in, people of color, Black and brown folk, are afraid of what they're going to do without Black people. And the gag is, though, there is nothing to fear, because the reality is that even when Black people go through all the motions, Black Americans go through all the motions to legalize our name, all of this stuff, make ourselves a distinguished class of folk, guess what? If America is still a racist ass system that is going to judge a book by its color, Black Americans still ain't going nowhere, because the fight is still ours, because it's not like people going to be pulling up to us asking us for our lineage card before they shoot our asses, or ask us for our lineage card. So we ain't really ain't going nowhere y'all still got access to our advocacy, because once again, the overall system is still going to be on this fuck shit. So we still are in a shared boat together. However, black people need to get to their stuff, and we have 400 years of evidence to prove that nobody is coming for us. So now it's time for us to come for ourselves.
Conscious.
Absolutely.
My thing is, this is that I never agree. I never said that anything that y'all are saying is wrong. You know, there's no right or wrong argument.
Because what Andrew don't want to admit she's saying, because she keep edging right toward it, like, but there's a bigger community, and when the police come in the criminal jail, we're all in this boat. Yes, we are, and even when we go through all the legal shit, Black Americans still gonna be in that boat, because the system still is not going to be distinguishing us from each other.
Exactly.
Because we all have a similar genophenotype to begin with. Like it's still going to be a judge a book by its color situation. So colored people still in the colored boat together, coloring. So I don't know what's the I don't understand what the problem is. I don't understand what.
And I don't let Adolf believes it. What we're saying as Adolf, I'm not defining my lineage.
Hold on. And if non-descendants of slaves are inheriting a racist, patriarchal ass system, then that's just all the more reason for everybody to continue to fight on the united fronts that we do share together, because there is a front and a fight that is mutual to us all. But we're also just acknowledging that there is another fight amongst
I think that's what I was saying.
Because there's Black people within the people of color that have a separate thing happening and going on as well. And I don't know. I don't understand.
That's what I was saying. That's exactly what I said.
I don't understand why.
Exactly.
And I don't understand why. Anytime we get to that conversation, somehow.
What about the other niggas?
Find a way to be irritated because Black Americans are talking only about themselves. I don't know why. It's somehow
I know why.
People find a reason to be angry or to feel like there is a battle has ensued and that now it's war of the colors and all this shit. I don't understand why it always turns into that. I don't understand why.
Okay.
And now that is Trump's media.
And this has happened every single time.
But that's what I was trying to say earlier. This what you just said, as far as that is what I was trying to say earlier. When I was. That's exactly what I know what I was trying to say, because I'm me. I'm just saying. I mean, I know what I meant.
But that's not what you said. But that's not what you said. But that's. I'm sorry.
Hold on. But I think that's why I kept trying to get you to calm down a little bit. I think what you thought I was saying was not what I was saying at all. I said I was agreeing that we need to have our agenda for us. But I also said, like he said, but we are still in a larger boat as well. And those issues in that larger boat are going to affect us as well, too. So we can't be singularly focused on that. We need to be focused on the things that we are due and affect us personally, but we also need to have a focus on those things as well. That's what I was saying.
No,
I know.
You're not saying that, girl.
Andrew,
hold
on. Andrew, that's why I was telling you, you arguing something that never was argued to begin with.
Right.
Like that was never a thing. You
hold on, wait. Let me tell you. No, I'm not. I'm telling you what I'm saying. Let me get it out because I'm tripping all over my words and every darn thing else. Hold on, let me slow my speech down here. The ADHD taking over. The ADHD taking over. Hold on. But no, what I'm saying is, and I'm gonna use another scenario because that doesn't have as much passion to it. Well, at least for us, it doesn't. Okay. You know how they always had a fight about, we need to change all of these, the welfare laws. We need to strengthen this because these people are getting this and they shouldn't get this. And these people are getting that and they shouldn't get that. What I am saying is, it doesn't matter how much you change them. Those people that you're pointing to, they're always going to ensure that they are eligible for whatever is there. What you are doing is you're hurting the people that is meant for. By putting all of these other barriers in place, the people that you are really intending to help,
I don't understand.
the people that who need it and earn it will not receive it because of the barriers you're putting in place. Those people will always, no, it's not. Those people will always make sure that they are eligible to receive.
But Andrew, speaking to what you're just saying, Perk, that's the first thing that Perk got up here and said.
Called you one name.
Listen, no, wait a minute, please, wait a minute. Listen, I don't want us to muddy it up. Listen, that's exactly what Perp said when she came up. Perp she said it. She made it plain and simple. We've already been doing it.
I was agreeing with Perp when she said that.
What I'm saying is, but that's why what he's saying. And I don't want to. I'm not calling you goofy, but that's why
I'm not calling you goofy. I'm saying what he's saying.
No, I know. Listen, I know that's why he's saying it's goofy because that's the whole reason why IG is saying that we need to do it differently. It has not benefited us in the long run. Like Conscious really said, we have nothing of our own. We have we don't have our own schools. We don't have our own hospitals. We don't have our own shit. Even the damn churches. We don't have nothing. We have nothing as a collective. And the reason why we don't have anything as a collective is because we're always considering and worrying about others. And that seems to have become our priority. And when it comes to those others, they let us know. And I don't think this is what the irony of this conversation, that I always come to this conclusion. We really sit up here and combat each other as if what we're saying, put ourselves first. Put ourselves first.
I get what you said, but rumors, what I said.
I'm literally about to be done. We're upset because these people that IG is telling us, there are people saying, put ourselves first. We've done this long enough. We've seen it from generation to generation. It has not been profitable for us. It has not been beneficial. It's not been productive. The irony of all of that is that the people that we are speaking up for don't speak the fuck up for us. And they do exactly what we're telling you to do. But no, I didn't say that's what you're saying. I'm telling you what the conversation always leads back to. Because
if y'all can be here for the protect women, fuck these niggas, women need to put themselves first, finally conversation, y'all need to keep that same energy for the black ass conversation.
Thank you.
Right.
Wait,
Even hold on. It's still a derailment. Even if black people don't want to conveniently include every other brown person and community in a conversation solely about them, they don't have to. Like, we don't have to do that. We can just sit here for hours on end and get carried absolutely away about our own shit. We don't have to soothe nobody else's ego. I ain't got to placate to nobody else.
That's what we're doing.
Listen, check this out. They do not initially come to us. We are not a first thought on their mind when they have their own fucking issues. We are their fucking last resort because they know they already got a fucking trump card and it's us. They don't make us a priority.
And they make it clear that they're talking about themselves. Let's be clear on that. It's divisive because it needs to be. There are times where we need to do self-care and tend to our own business.
Oh, Lord.
Listen, this is how productive relationships supposed to work. Because I've been sitting here quiet as hell. I don't smoke 2 fucking blunts, and I just got to get it out my system. Listen, this is the reality. We can't sit up here and say that we want better for ourselves. We want better for ourselves. Relationships are motherfucking interchangeable. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
You fucking set the standard of how you want to be fucking treated. And every other fucking race set the standard of how they're going to be treated in this motherfucker. And we're the only ones that don't. And we fight each other.
We're the only ones in relationship.
You understand? And
everybody else used us as a means to an end. We've been the only ones in relationship.
You understand me?
Thank you. Precisely.
Please let me finish this. I get you right. All you're saying is right. What I am trying to say is that is right. Period. Right there. No disagreement. That is right. We need to focus on the agenda for ourselves. We need to push the agenda for ourselves. It needs to just be for us as ourselves. I agree with all that. What I am saying is there are always going to be ways in which those who are not designed to get those things that we have fought for are going to make sure that they can. That's not. That's all I am
If
saying.
we do what the hell we need to do, they won't.
There is every system works that way. I am not saying that we shouldn't fight for those things.
No, they won't.
I am not saying that we should fight for.
Okay. It's why you
Andrew, you know what it is? You know what it is? It's Afrocentrism and it's Eurocentrism. That's what it is. It's that. It's the mentality that's been
No.
What I'm saying.
When IG is saying that we should have an agenda that's specifically designed to benefit those of us from that lineage because we deserve that, I am on board with that. What I am saying is, though we can design that system, though we can say that, there will always be ways in which that system is going to be maneuvered to design. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't fight for those things. I'm saying
that's a mood point, though, sister. That's a mood point.
Yeah, like so. I mean,
because we're already, Andrew, the thing is we're already doing that. That's why he's saying it's a mood point. You're arguing something that we're already doing.
Can I say something? Can I say something? Because it's like we're going into loop circles. Can I say something?
I'm gonna step down. Y'all have a good night.
Because I want to say this. How did we get to this conversation?
Don't go down. We're not. I'm not trying to get anything. What I'm trying to say, because I don't. Because
I mean, it is very discouraging because it's like no one's not understanding each other. No one's not understanding.
I'm a lover. I love you. I don't want you to go anywhere.
It's that like,
and that's why it goes back to what.
It's that.
I want to ask him a question.
We're good at self-sabotaging. We're good at that.
No. I should be listen. I should be able to tell you the truth, and you should be able to tell me the truth. And even if my feelings get hurt, it is my job. That's why I asked her not to go, because the intention. I love Andrew. I don't always agree with everybody on this panel, and everybody on this panel don't always fucking agree with me, and I'm okay with that. Or whatever. I'm not saying that Andrew didn't say anything wrong. I'm saying we already do that.
The problem is. I literally.
Somebody got background.
Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah, everybody need to mute because it's a lot of background going on. This is some really strange stuff to me because it keeps happening over and over again. And what I'm confused about is, can somebody pinpoint to me where in any stream, because IG always talks this shit, did he say that people of color need to get their ass back on the slave ship and pull the reverse Uno and haul back to their damn native lands? When did he ever say that?
I don't think that's what he believes at all.
That other people of color are ain't shit. Literally, IG passion and nuances go into specifying Black people on this landmass solely, but for some reason that becomes about other people.
And I'll tell you why.
And I'm gonna say this
because it's divisive.
No, it's not. And see, that's what I'm saying with the left.
I didn't say it though, IG. I ain't say it though.
That's why I have my foot on the neck of the left.
The reason why they're doing that, CTV, is because the same reason that men feel entitled to women's labor.
Yeah, and this is why, and see, he's using that talking point being divisive.
Because they've been it so long.
That comes from the left.
They feel entitled to your labor.
That comes from the party that Kamala is endorsed by. The talking points of being divisive and all this bullshit you talking, all that shit comes from, you get all that shit from the DNC. That ain't got nothing to do with racist Republicans. That ain't got nothing to do with Trump's campaign. The reason why you saying what I am saying is divisive because the way that the DNC has programmed and intentionally mind-fucked Black Americans. So when you do get a bitch,
that come up here and say something. That's why I'm saying this. And this is why the fuck I am not happy about the DNC. Now you see, Conscious, why I'm not all excited about the DNC. Because when we get to Kamala, we gonna have, I was about to curse y'all, I'm sorry. We gonna have people like this on this motherfucking panel that's gonna be sitting in them rooms. Them people with them signatures, no offense, Miss D, how many of them are educated black women that think like Miss D? How many of them are so far removed by class?
Hey, wait, calm down.
That when they sit in the room,
we're trying to talk to each other, man. We're trying to talk to each other.
I'm going
You
off.
don't have to talk to her like that.
Don't do none of that.
You don't have to talk to her like that, though.
She not even
saying
he
how
ain't
many
talking to
people.
her. Hold on. She's not even here, and she ain't even been here in 15 minutes.
Oh, I thought she was still here. That's why I thought.
See, that's what I said. See, he thought she was.
I thought she was here.
We don't have to do it like that.
I ain't gonna do it like that. I'm saying in general.
Okay,
I thought she was here.
her,
But I'm speaking in general. But this is the thing, right? Now you see, Conscious, why I'm like,
boy, y'all be gas like a what?
Y'all do.
No, it's not.
That's why I'm gonna be like, this is why I'm not excited about
is the goal to get your point across, or
But can I say something? Can I say something? But see, can I say
something? Get your
something?
point across, or is the goal to get is the goal to get the point across, or the goal to get what you want? Because those are two separate things. In order to get your point across, in order to get your
everybody
point
has an
across,
agenda.
the person has to be
No,
able
everybody
to hear you,
doesn't.
though.
No, everybody doesn't.
A lot of people do. What do you
No,
mean?
they don't in politics. They don't. Because you're looking, okay, where's Kamala Harris's agenda right now? Exactly. Everybody does not have an agenda.
But IG, I like I said, I want to learn and I want to understand everything you're saying. All I'm saying is, if your goal is for me to happen, or if your goal is just to be able to say what you want.
Unfortunately, here's the thing.
Oh no, but I want to hear it. That's what I'm saying. I am interested and invested in what you are saying. But what I'm trying to tell you is, if the goal is to get your point across so that Black people can understand that, that's a different thing than to be able to say what you want to say. Because you're going to have to say it to ears to make those ears want to hear what you have to say. But if you say it in a way in which they are not going to listen to you, all the passion, all the information, all the education that you are trying to do.
A lot of us know and understand exactly where IG coming from.
This ain't the space, though. I know how, ma'am, I work in nonprofit. I know how to edit.
I understand what you're saying. I'm going to say they. I'm going to say me.
So you're trying to police me. So you don't like the delivery. So the delivery.
I'm saying I want to hear. It matters. It's going to matter.
Than what I'm actually fucking saying.
No, I want to hear what you're saying. That's what I'm saying. But it does matter to me. Just like if you tell me, hey, don't say that, or hey, don't be that. You know what I'm gonna do? If it's important for me to get my point across to you, or for you to hear me, I want you to hear me more than I want to be able to say it how I want to.
I got that.
And I'm gonna respect you, and I'm gonna respect you and your wishes to do that. I'm gonna do that.
Now we're doing respectability.
Dialogue. No. I'm not talking about respectability politics. I'm gonna respect what you're asking.
I got to take a break.
I'm gonna call y'all back. Hold on, fuck all that. If Black people can't even honestly have,
I gotta take a break.
If Black
but I'm black, but I know how I like to be talked to, though.
Goddamn, wait a minute. If we
you know what this feels like to me? I don't know what it feels.
Hello. Because I'm the only person probably right now even doing this conversation sober as hell.
You're right.
This is, if we can't even really have the real conversation without having to cater to, because this is an ego conversation. People because of what shit sound like, and what it keeps giving back to me is, I am a byproduct of both my mom and dad. They left me an inheritance, and you, as the stepbrother, stepsister, do not have a natural right to that claim, and you feel a way about a truth that is, and trying to make that my issue about how you feel about the fact that I have an inheritance that you don't.
But that's a fact.
Now you
That
can
is a
feel.
fact. That is a fact. I'm not owed that money.
Now you can feel how you want to feel about the facts, but don't try to make the way you feel about the facts about me, because I ain't got nothing to do with the facts. And that's
and that's the thing. The facts are the facts are the facts. If I'm the stepchild, I ain't owe nothing.
And that's what these
Wait, so how did we get to this conversation? Like, how did we get here? Because what my point was about. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It don't even matter how we got here. The fact is that we here, and the fact is that there is a sector of the community that is upset that there is some Black people who are clear about the fact that we all equal, but yeah, baby, we ain't the same, and that's okay. We ain't the same.
Right.
All of our Blackness ain't have the same experience. We ain't got the same cellular shit. We ain't got the same shit moving through our cellular DNA. We ain't got the same claims to the land, and that's okay. Like, your house is your house, my house is my motherfucking house. It ain't nothing really to be fighting over. If everybody would be more logical based and be more fact rooted and not in their feelings and not in their emotions and not what shit sound like, and all of that shit. Like, no, we scrapping all of that. Like,
what he's saying is right, and what you're saying is right. I'm saying that the way in which he was talking in that moment is what I am not disagreeing with none of that.
He wasn't saying it no kind of way. IG has been.
I'm sorry. I shall talk like this from now on.
This platform.
I'm not.
IG. What I deal
I'm not doing that to you.
Look, Andrew, you didn't even see the last interaction. Like, you don't even deal with IG as much as other people on this panel deal with IG. IG wasn't.
I'm saying I agree with what IG is saying. That's what I said. I understand that. I'm saying the way he was speaking.
But can I say this?
Hold on.
Can I say this?
Look, if I have to drop everybody to talk, I will. It's okay with me. I'm ready to eat any damn way. It's not about what you're agreeing with. It's about what you're not agreeing with. It's about what you don't understand. Like, we know what you claim you understand, but the problem is, if you understood it, I don't understand how you misunderstanding it at the same time. Like, you arguing something that don't exist if you actually understand what he's saying. Like, what if you actually understood it? You couldn't even argue what you're arguing, is what I'm trying to tell you, sis.
No, I'm saying if we're going to have this conversation. No, I'm saying if we're going to have this conversation, have it about the facts of what we're talking about. That's what I'm saying.
What facts are you talking about?
That's what I'm saying.
Facts that we
you think I'm
I want to say this. I want to say this.
My political work for the day. Y'all have a good day.
All right, you too.
What I'm going to do is conscious, because I see the next. I will make sure. I promise you, I will not have my motherfucking ass on this panel when y'all. What's good for Kamala bag? Trust me, I'm gonna stay my motherfucking ass off here. When y'all are ready to talk about Black agenda politics, I'm gonna be in there and telling y'all I'm gonna be in the bushes. Y'all have a nice.
All right, you have a good night too, IG.
Is gonna bring his ass back, because you're not gonna gaslight my whole panel and then leave me up here in the motherfucking September 11th ruins and the aftermath of it. So IG, bring your working ass right on back up to this motherfucker. But the reality is, Black people need their shit. And IG, this is what I was telling your ass about when QI was on the last panel with us, because you and her was really on the same page about what it takes to, like, have a legal domain in this system. Because we know that America is all business. It's all rooted in legality. It's all rooted in technicality. It's all rooted in paperwork and how you identify and how you distinguish yourself, etc. Because that's the fact. I want to welcome Patience and Conservative Destroyer to the panel. Hi, Patience. Can you hear me? Are you mute, boo? Okay, I think Patience at the goddamn drive-through somewhere. Conservative Destroyer.
How you doing? I just want to thank y'all so much for adding me to the panel. Thank y'all so much for your thoughts. I wish I did get time to say some things, but I'm not sure if you're ending it or not. But
I just sound off, boo.
I did just want to say thank you. So one thing I do want to touch on is I do understand how the DNC looks. I understand the Democratic Party, but the only thing that I do feel sometimes people discredit is the Democrats have so many people they're trying to satisfy, when the Republican Party only has one particular group, and that's white
Exactly.
Christian evangelists. Over here, we have our LGBT, we have our women, we have our minorities, we have our black people. We have so many people. And sometimes, in order for you to get something, you are going to get a chance to get a seat at the table, but there are going to people that will get things ahead or not. I'm not saying that we're not owed any of these things, but I do believe in solidarity. Sorry, can't say the word, but I do believe that we do need allies and we do need certain things. Unfortunately, since history has showed us, and I'm not saying we need a white savior complex or anything like that, but it has been unfortunate. But for us, in order to get into spaces and to get in rooms and things like that, we do need allies. Now, rather we choose these allies that's going to help us or benefit us, that is going to be our chance to decide. But I do feel like at this point in time, Kamala Harris, like it or not, she is there. And if we don't get her the House and the Senate, and I know, I'm sorry if I'm repeating this, I said this in the comment. If we don't get her the House and the Senate, we can just give a damn. And it's going to be like that for anybody. I don't give a damn who is up there as president or who's representing us. If we're not getting out there, getting them enough elected officials to pass these laws and have the House draft the bill, have the Senate sign the bill, approve the bill, and then have the president sign it, nothing is going to get done. Right. We're going to always be in the dark, and we're going to always keep fighting, and the cycle is going to repeat itself till we get 2/3 Senate majority, until we get 218 people in the House. We shouldn't be saying what black people ain't doing or what this person ain't doing to LGBT, because we're not doing our part getting them who they need in order to get things done. So all of this, we bashing on people. We can keep, and to his people, and I'm not trying to make this a Trump thing, his people think the same way. But the difference is those people are gonna go out, and no matter what the hell going on, they gonna vote, because they kind of already ahead of the game where they know, oh, we need to get you the majority.
But conservative babes, IG has consistently.
Oh, I don't know what he said or what he didn't.
Yeah,
say.
he has consistently stated he's voting for Kamala because of just the obvious, like for the obvious reasons, for the obvious predicament that we're in. So, I mean, but him voting for her also, I mean, it doesn't take away from
what I'm saying. I'm trying to
reality.
Yeah, thank you. Like I could say I'm voting for. Look, I have no leverage. People in the chat want to say, "Well, what legislature you did?" That, first of all, that's how you can tell people who know about politics. It's not about an individual, right? I'm an individual that's part of an organization, that's part of a political movement, grassroots movement. I am not the face of ADOS. We're many, right? So it's kind of like, if that's what I'm saying as a person who is not just ADOS, because there are other people outside of ADOS who feels the exact same way about your vote. And it's probably too complex for people who don't engage in politics, but your vote was taken, your leverage was taken from you. So that's what I was saying to Rumors and Tea, as it pertains to the election, not going forth. As it pertains to the election, you don't have because here's the thing, the only thing you have to leverage is what you're not going to leverage, is your vote for her, because you're scared of Project 2025. So what leverage do you have? You don't. And they make sure that you don't.
Well, I can't say this, and I don't mean to cut you off. I'm not necessarily saying you are voting for Kamala, whoever. I don't give a damn who is the DT ticket. If we don't do anything, our part, it could be Kamala, it could be Joe Biden, it could be anybody. We have to do our part. I'm not saying they pandering or whatever.
But the thing that I get frustrated, bro, it's like, okay, and again, I'm not trying to sound arrogant. It's almost a moot point, because we all know that. That's you're saying something that we all generally have a consensus on. No one is saying, why is it when I'm talking about something very specific, nuance, you go to generalization? That's a moot point. We know that. I don't give a damn if it was Matt Bush, one of his grandchildren, and he was running opposed to 2025. I would vote. I don't give a damn. But in the nature of how we were done by the DNC, there was no opposite manifesto written, 900-page manifesto for Project 2025, and they've seen it coming. So what you should ask those questions to the DNC, once you get this ugly bitch, I'm sorry, that was not nice, but once you get this treacherous bitch, once you get Kamala Harris in office, once you get her in office, there are some things you need to do to work with the DNC. Like, how come you did piss poor politics with those senators in this seat? How come you did piss poor politics in legislature? Because if you were following lineage and the money, as in politics, the money, you kind of see, ooh, there's something coming on both sides. See,
but if you know this already, do you think that's a fair argument to say if they don't have the majority? If you know that they can't get things done without a majority, how are you going to try to hold them accountable to something that they have no control over?
How many years did it take them between now and this election to do something? How many years?
Can I make a statement?
Right. So they had years. That's what I'm saying.
I was going to answer the question, but she said something, so that's why I stopped. It wasn't that I didn't.
I was just wanting to know if I could make a statement.
Go ahead.
The only reason why I say that is I've been here a long time. I've heard a lot of what you said. And at the end of the day, I'm thinking about what Trump said at the National Association of Black Journalists today. Everything he talked about is the discussion that we're having about race and what Kamala's position is and dedication for Black community. So while we're going around talking about reparations and the third, the question becomes, are we going to fall for the banana in the tailpipe by trying to divide who's Black and who's not?
Oh my God.
We got one choice, and that's for us. And that is either we vote for her or we die. So what you going to do?
Girl, it's a new, this is why I be dropping off the phone. This is why I be dropping off. Because it's like you're talking to a wall. It's like you're not, it's like I'm not talking to adults. I'm sorry. It's because when I say that, it's like I'm not talking to adults. No matter how much I tell you that you have, this is the vote that you're going to vote. And this is why I'm so pissed with this is why, Conscious, this is precisely the thing that I'm saying why I'm so depressed. Because it's disarmed you. It's completely got you cattywampus. We know that you're gonna vote for Kamala. Oh my God!
Did you see the NABJ today? That's the only question.
My EFS is kicking in, and you know what EFS is? It's called it's exhaustion fatigue syndrome. So
did you see the NABJ today? That's the question.
Like, again, I am aware of what he said. I know what Trump is doing. I am not talking. Again, y'all are so scared of Trump that you're not focusing on.
That's not the point.
What you asked me, what was the question, sister? What was the question, sister?
No, go ahead. It's your show. Go ahead.
It's not mine. It's the King show. It's Conscious, the King.
Well, I do want to answer that. I'm not afraid of Trump.
All I can tell you is that as an executive producer for a talk show for 20 years, I have never, ever in my life been on a platform where your actual position cannot be discussed and recognized. But go ahead, dog. Do you?
You know, I just think I don't know now. If this energy right here feels intentionally contrary.
Because what you're feeling, Rumors and T, is that this conversation is not being had in good faith.
What IG has been discussing for over maybe 2 hours now is he's voting for Kamala. He's made that very clear. He's discussing the things that we need to address. He's telling us that after the election, there is still work to do. These are the things he's trying. Don't get lax. I don't know why everybody's so like, and I mean, we're having a conversation, but it just feels like everybody's trying to prove IG wrong or something.
And you know why? And you know why? It's unfortunate. And you know why? It's because people are actually doing what IG is afraid that they're actually doing. Which is
what he's doing is actually good for us.
Hold up. Which is that they're using Kamala as the work itself.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing that he's arguing against, because all IG is doing is having all the conversations at the same time. He's having the yes, let's vote for Kamala conversation, comma, 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 comma. He's just putting commas after Kamala rather than a period. But for some reason, people are only hearing that it's anti-Kamala, or that this conversation somehow infringes upon Kamala, and it doesn't. And the only reason why it would do that is if you're doing what IG is saying, that we as a people have a habit of fucking doing, especially when it comes to public figures and our politicians, which is y'all leave the work to them, or y'all think that they are the work, or y'all put too much of y'all stake in their direction, and you not willing to understand what we also need to be doing, or what we really, really need to be doing, etc. So I just want like, we can't keep circling the block to make, because if y'all listening, then y'all are hearing this, y'all are hearing IG say all this too. So at this point, like, we can just, if you have other things to contribute to all the other conversations that we need to be having, then just add into that. Like, I don't want to hear nobody from this point on arguing IG about no fucking Kamala, whether he voting for her or not. He's already made it clear it is what it is. Now, all the other shit, what about all that? What about what else we need to be doing outside of a presidential?
And I'm scared for Black women, because just like I know that Black women talk about the infant mortality rate, a lot of these liberal leftist women do this to us all the time. They put woman. Yes, they get your vote as a woman and you're Black. But then when it comes to disaggregating the funds, then when it comes, okay, people of color, when you hear people of color, I'm just giving y'all a gem. Please keep in mind that it's not a disaggregated term. So when you hear politicians say, when you ask them something about Black people, but they answer you with people of color, you know you're getting a deterrent. Are there some things that can benefit you? Yes. Here's the thing about being an American, because that's something we talk about, Adolf. Yes, we're Black Americans, but God damn it, there are some things as an American now, right, regardless of race. Here's where we can get on our all nations lives bullshit, right? There are things you should consider as an American from your state government official and federal. There are things that you do want to consider when thinking about as how will this affect the American people of this class? How will so that it's but in this instance, yes, it's something to be said when, see, the Republicans are not running off of it, and it sounds crazy. They're not going so much heavily off of just a racial identity. No, the DNC's whole purpose, because their shit is policy. The whole thing, what you see what's going on with Kamala Harris, that's why there's no fucking agenda up there. There doesn't have to be, because Joe told you you're not Black if you don't vote.
But you already agreed that side doesn't have to do what the DNC has to do. You said that they're white. They don't have to pander to anybody else.
Right, but
it's either you're white and you're going to be a Christian and you're going to do what we want you to do.
But there's
look at Tim Scott. Look at all of these Black people when they do have to, in order to gain their votes, they have to put everybody else down in order to push their agenda. So over here, it's a lot going on that they have to please. And unfortunately, that's just what it is. Over there, they don't have to do all of that.
But then there's, okay, but here's the pushback about politics. Then why would you, out of all, now here's some facts. Out of people of color, out of people who are non-Black, Black men and American women, we are the only people, because see, the people of color thing, they're split. Hispanics and Latinos, that's a race. We're the only people in the DNC that votes at a critical mass. So it's asinine to me that we're going to say, well, we have all these people of color and these women, and they're getting things. And some, okay, like James Baldwin said, how many years will it take for you then to say, if I'm the, see, because we're the biggest contributor to the DNC, you best believe. We're the biggest voting out party, black men and women, not just black women, black men and women. We are the highest voting block, critical mass. So I think it's just really political piss poor for us to have to take, oh, because there's this coalition, this bullshit rainbow coalition with all these other minorities, which aren't necessarily minorities because of institutionalized racism, because they decided to come here illegally and legally versus me coming here legally sold as slaves and chains. So no, and then after all that, we're the ones who built the construct to make it to make it possible for people of color to be here and play part of this. So it's not it no, it's not ugly, but it's the truth. That's I don't go with that. I don't give a what do I look like giving a damn about the least contributing to the party, the least people who vote at a critical mass, but yet you get all the policy, you get all the specificity. How does that fucking work?
Can I ask, does anyone, and please, I don't want to sound rude, but please don't say no one talk about reparations. Does anyone have something that they feel passionately for us collectively that they would like to be a part of the agenda? Like for myself, I'm an advocate for education. And I have some ideas when it comes to education. There's this whole controversy about whether or not sex education should be taught to children of certain ages and stuff. Like I have my own thoughts and some ideas about that. So because I think that it is ignorant of us to not think ahead. We already know we're going to vote for her. But we should be thinking ahead. We should be having, again, we got 90 days or something like that. We should be having the conversations. What do we want moving forward? What's the first thing on our agenda as a collective that we all can agree unifiably that we want to go and right, you know what I'm saying? Right. The officials of our states set up meetings and organization, like for real, like put the work in
You know
or
what I would
whatever the
like to
case may
see? I
be.
would really like to see this administration
What's the
focus
matter?
on doing exactly what IG has been talking about. I would just love, like, for a candidate to get into this ADOS conversation and help to move shit around and forward.
ADOS.com. I'm telling y'all, please, I don't have time to point you in every single, because guess what? Because when you got to do grassroots, you got to do things state. So we can't put publicly, and that's another thing too. Don't let your right hand do what your left hand doing. You know the reason why we had to become a C4? Because people like Tariq Nasheed. See, when we were willing, let me say first, Antonio and Yvette, they were like, wait a minute. They saw what was going on with Obama. Nobody was listening. So they said, okay, we can't get to any media. The DNC, trust me, believe Yvette Cornell has worked at Capitol Hill. Trust and believe she's worked at the Paragon. And when she brought these things to the attention to the DNC, they were flushed out. They were not taken to notice. So what I'm saying is that sometimes you have to do things in secret, just like how you just saw if you weren't paying attention. Now you have to be looking into politics to see what was going on for 2025. If you didn't, you didn't. Neither here or there. But you can't put everything out on YouTube or on a public platform, because that's what your enemy gonna know what to do to platform you, darling. So the talking points and everything that I'm using in the data, I'm telling you, I am not an expert. I have a lot of knowledge, but Yvette Cornell, Antonio Moore, and other people that's part of the organization who actually this is their expertise. I have a passion, and I use the intelligences that I have in combination. The people that pointed this out to me, because it started as a feeling. I observed things. I said, wait a minute, this is something. I never understood why that. I'm sure a lot of Black Americans can testify. What I'm saying, you didn't hear the language for it. So the language in itself, how I'm saying it, it sounds new to you, right? Good. That's something that can be public. I'm directing you to ADOS.com. I'm directing you to Yvette Cornell on YouTube. I'm directing you to Antonio Moore. So that way you can look at all these fucking articles. You can look at all these books. You can look at all the work they were doing on the state and government, local and federal, and then you can see like that's it. So I can present the information to you, but if it doesn't, just like I had to go get it, if it doesn't resonate you for you to put down Charlemagne the God and all of them for your politics and for you to actually go and read some articles and actually go and see the cases of what happened by state, I can't make you do that. I can't make you do it. You have to want to do it. So it's not about me trying to, because someone say, well, you're not pointing us in direction. Yes, I am pointing you in a direction. I'm telling you how you should, wait, what do you mean by people of color? Disaggregate. Who are the peoples of color you're referring to? Let me see the data of the monies of where you said this great. Oh, a lot of Gonzalez's, huh? A lot of Hernandez's, huh? A lot of Joe Shashins, huh? A lot of Frampongs, huh? So that's just knowing that, even if you don't put a piece of legislature, which you should apply to legislature and your government, that should let you know, wait a minute, I've been had. I assume people of color is black. I assume because it's a rainbow coalition and it represents that it's representing the underguard class. But see, because if you don't know American history, I am not trying to sound insulting. My God, I'm not trying to be condescending. But if you don't know American history and don't know how laws were put in place for race, see, because for everyone else, black is a culture. Black is a race and a culture and ethnicity for us in America. Everyone puts on blackness in their culture when they come here and ingratiate the culture. They put on blackness because when they come, again, I keep feeling like I'm talking in circles. Nigerians come here, they don't say they're black till they get here. All these other Negroid, genophenotype people colored, that includes people who look like us. I'm not talking about the spicy white Hispanics that you can tell that have Spanish hybrids. They pick and choose that. So if you are looking at that, the DNC party, what Dr. King and all of them were fighting for, it wasn't a people of color thing, dear. It was the descendant, because if you look at the time of the civil rights, again, I can't help if you don't know American history. If you don't know that when Dr. King was talking about going to get the check, and you talk about the 1960s, and it ain't my fault that you don't know that the United States Census in this country was only to the immigrant population to the right of the decimal. But you're going to ask me, well, who was he? And he didn't say American descendant of slaves. Again, that was a semantical argument. It goes without saying who the fuck he was talking about, because the United States Census can show you that it wasn't everybody. Again, these are things that you have been misintentionally taught. Please understand, it ain't to know your fault. It ain't all to the fault of your own. It ain't all to the fault of your. I was misinformed too. I was a bitch just like this 11 years ago, but I lived in the state of Texas for half my life. I'm a New Orleanian, and that shit had to matter. In order for me to get some straightening, in order for me to be able to move and navigate that state government, I had to get some straightening. I had to hear some things that really offended me and showed me how fucking ignorant, talk about me, how fucking ignorant I was, how bamboozled I was. It hurt. It hurt my ego. But I'm glad that I wasn't just so in my feelings when I got the information. I said, well, you goddamn it, that's objective. So again, I cannot make you give a fuck what you should and should not give a fuck about. I love y'all. I'm gonna drop off.
And this is why I said what I said, because part of the reason why the conversation was going the way that it was going is because it was not being had in good faith. People came up here to purposely steer the conversation off the rails down to the pits of hell, and that's exactly what happened. The reality is, if you do not know your history, you are doomed to repeat it. Doing the same thing that previous generations have already tried, and we can clearly see that it did not work, because we are already aware that they purposely put the verbiage that they use to make sure that things that were actually intended for us was opened up to everybody else. And let's be clear, there's also the immigration thing also had a direct impact on the Black community. It was done purposely to disempower the Black community. There's been a lot of things called, one of the main things that they love to talk about was benign neglect. To set it in place where you're not quote unquote actually doing harm, but just by leaving everything alone and allowing it to just go down the drain, what's the intention? We're also dealing with things such as redlining. And as long as you're not aware of your history, you're doomed to repeat it because we've already seen the results of what going, not being focused gets you. Just like as a manifestation coach, one of the things that I'm going to constantly advocate for is that you be crystal clear on the end that you want and that you focus on that and that alone. When it comes to the community in this United States of the Black community, it has to be divisive. It has to be delineated because it is understood. In order for your community to get what is needed, it needs to be clear that you are speaking about your community. When the Japanese people got their reparations, they weren't trying to include everybody else. It was for them. When other groups are getting their reparations, they are very clear it's for them. It's only when it comes time for us to do it, because we are the lower caste of the American society, people do not want to recognize that we have the right to occupy the space and to say, you will give me what the hell you owe me. And it's not up for debate. It's not going to be, we're not going to allow you to word it in such a way that other people are benefiting for things that should be actually specific to our community. And if you're uncomfortable with that, I hate to tell you, grow a pair, because let's be clear. When other communities are advocating with Kamala or the RNC party or whomever they're advocating with, they are very clear that they're talking about their community. And we need to have the same clarity. Part of the thing is a lot of y'all are not comfortable in your own skin claiming your right to be and exist as a human being. And it shows. One of my favorite mentors have always said, be good to yourself and you will be good to others. You have created a situation where people feel the audacity and the entitlement to demand that we fight for their causes because we refuse to stand on business and say, until very recently, that we were fighting for us and us alone. Because it's made perfectly clear to us when they're fighting for their stuff, that they're doing it for them and for them alone. There's a, like my father said, there's a time and a place for everything.
I want you to go back to when you were saying, because I don't know if people really caught that, why people don't feel they're right. I don't even know how you even said it, but why people feel this way, like they can't accept putting them first and taking care of them first. Like, you
because
just
it's
spoke.
about their own worthiness. When you don't feel worthy of something, then you will try to pass it off or give it to everybody else. What you're seeing is what has happened to me and what happens to a lot of the dependable people in the family. You'll notice that the people who are the most dependable, who are the people who shows up and do everything, gets unappreciated, and they're often considered the black sheep of the family. Why is that? Because everybody else is out there doing their own thing, but because that person is always there and is always reliable, people begin to feel entitled to your labor and your work. And we have seen this happen with our community. People feel entitled to our labor and work. You can't get mad when you don't set boundaries when people are violating those boundaries. Our community has not set boundaries, and it shows. It shows in how we're handled. It shows in how we're interactive. When IG had the audacity to say what any other group has said, that because we have such a powerful hold on the Democratic Party, that we have the right to demand that certain things be done on our behalf. But we have not done that. As a matter of fact, we have not done that so much that the Democratic Party feels entitled to our vote. They don't even think that they have to earn it anymore.
Well,
and that's because we have done that to ourselves.
And that's what I was saying when he said that, not to cut you off, but that's what he was saying. People was misconstruing when he said they stole, the DNC stole his vote. He was saying he was left with no option. And because there's nothing there to negotiate, that's why he was trying to explain to me. I was saying that our vote is what we have to use as leverage. And as he stated repeatedly, we don't have any leverage. Not like, because they know that, you know what I mean, because of Project 25, they know that everyone is in a panic mode, that it's an automatic thing. So he's just like, his frustration is coming from a place of like, we saw this shit coming. Those that are part of the Adolf Foundation, they saw this shit coming. You know what I mean? There was no way to prevent it, by, you know what I'm saying? Like, because no one else, they saw it, but the country and the collective, or, you know what I mean, the Black community especially, we didn't see it. And so he's like, everybody, y'all fucking being excited about something, but y'all don't even know what's on the agenda. You know what I mean? Y'all praising a situation. And I understand, because like I told him the other day, I'm still going to be excited because I don't want Trump in office. But I can also, two things can be true at the same time. I'm also out here putting in work, and I know that I cannot stop doing what I'm doing. So I know I gotta constantly be on, not just on social media, but like, you know what I'm saying, going on her website, looking on the news, Googling, you know what I'm saying, finding out what's going on, putting not even just on electronics, actually getting out here, like, you know what I'm saying, getting involved with your city officials, finding out what's going on in your local government. It's stuff for us to do. And even beyond that, we need to be out here, you know what I'm saying, working on getting our credit and shit together, all type of things. Because it's work that we have to do ourselves. We need to prepare ourselves, take away just the whole political aspect of it. We need to be getting our shit together spiritually. We need to be getting our shit together when it comes to the shit we put into our body. We got work to do. And that's where the IG's frustration is coming from, because he's just trying to tell y'all, like, he don't have a choice but to vote for Kamala. But he wants y'all to keep your eyes open and understand, because what he's dealing with is what her past record has showcased.
And how
that is okay. That is okay
but that's
for him.
why I came up here windmilling for IG, because
but it's okay. That's
seen
okay
it
for
coming.
him. It's okay for him to feel that way. Whatever you need, whatever passion you need, whatever motivation you need to drive your passion, to keep your fucking feet to the ground and keep working, that's what you utilize.
Absolutely. But that's why I came up here windmilling, because
he don't have to like her. Like, you don't have to like someone to vote for someone. You don't have to like someone to do business with someone. If this is the person that we have, these are the two choices, of course we got to work with her. But he's just telling y'all asses, don't get fucking lax and lazy, because it's a repeated offense that we do as a community.
And that's why I was saying the things that I was saying, because
and he's also being very clear about his vote. And that's the thing that people keep losing. Like, people think that everybody is voting one way about Kamala, and everybody isn't. There are people who genuinely like and love the Kamala, and they want to see her specifically for all that she brings to the table in this position. And there are other people who are voting for her because she's just a means to an end. She's the lesser of so-called two evils, etc. So everybody's vote is not predicated on the same thing. So when IG then goes to say the other contrary things, it sideswipes people's head, because they're like, wait, like,
but it triggers them because it needs to.
It's because she is a means to an end. He ain't voting for her because he believes in her, or because he likes her, or because whatever. It's just like, Williams T said, it's a means to an end. Also, as it relates to the overall panel, as you was talking, Perp, I was thinking, my brain was braining, and I was like, you're still trying to figure out, like, what the fuck are people so triggered by? And I think that hold on. I think that all the arguments are just, but there's one other context for why what IG was saying was feeling triggering about defining Black people from people of color. It's because Black people, we have a history of being undivided. Something painful was coming up in other Black people because it sounded like IG was being divisive in a way that's destructive, because there is a reality to the fact that the Black community is still very much so broken up, and we have a lot of in-house fighting. We have a lot of and so when some Black people heard that, I think some Black people were reliving that and feeling like, oh my God, like, why are you trying to drive a deeper wedge? We already have a divided we already have a division issue. But that's also why I kept re-clarifying that when we're talking about what IG's talking about, we're talking about the business of Blackness. We're not talking about the rest of that stuff. We're not talking about not being a family. We're not talking about the fact that we're not having also, yes, a shared experience with other melanated people. Everything he's saying is in the context of, once again, separating us for the sake of the business that we're entitled to, the business we should be in with America, with this particular system that we have a social, a spiritual, and a literal legal claim to, and we need to be focused on continuing to refine our legalities with this country, because we have a legal right to it as well. But that, to a lot of other Black people, sounded like it just was feeding into the stereotype of Black people being divided, Black people finding,
because it's necessary. It's supposed to be divided.
Rather not be a circle, and that's not what IG was doing, and that's not what IG was saying. But I understand that that's what people were experiencing, nonetheless. But that wasn't what he was doing.
But that is the truth. It has to be divided, because their ancestors didn't go through what our ancestors went through here. There has to be a distinguishing between us and the people who came here afterwards. It needs to happen. There's no other group that when it came time for them to receive what they were owed, that was all inclusive. But it goes back to the entitlement of feeling like you're entitled to whatever Black people get. But you weren't the one paying the price. Your ancestors weren't the one paying the price on this land. It was us. And it needs to be distinguished. I have no problem with saying it needs to be divisive, because there are certain situations where it only applies to us. Period. And I will not back down from that, and I will not be apologetic about it. Because when it comes to certain things that happen within this community, they have been able to have the arrogance and the audacity that they have from the benefit of Black people doing what they did in this country. Because let's be clear, there was no immigration for the minorities until after Black people did what they did. So I'm not going to feel sorry. If you're triggered, then you needed to be triggered, and I'm perfectly fine with you being triggered.
Well,
because at some point,
I still want to clarify, because even everything that you're saying, like all that is the business of Black. Like, there are things that are particular and specific and nuanced to Black,
to our community, and that's all he was saying.
Their history, and that's all lumped, as far as I'm concerned, into the business. But I'm saying that I understand from a social context or perspective why certain people couldn't hear that because we constantly see the division just in the overall community, like just in
But
the
see,
overall people of color community. And there are a lot of Black people that constantly are upset by all of the division within the community. So even though IG was having a particular conversation about nuancing Blackness that had nothing to do with trying to negatively divide Black people up and not negatively, but I'm saying that I understand that's what people still experience emotionally. That's why
I get that, but the truth gonna hurt sometimes.
And that's why I kept trying to reiterate that's not what he's doing. And that's why I was telling Andrew, if you actually understood, because you're saying, I'm saying, no, you don't, because if you understood, then you can't even make the alternative claim and argument that you're making, because you understand, oh, he's not saying that, and yeah, he's right, and yeah, we do need to do this, and that for us, and that don't take away from the fact that we're still lumped into an overall community with other people of color as well, because there is a mutual experience that we're all having, whether you are an African immigrant, whether you are a first generation American. We all know that once you Black and you enter into this system, you're going to be treated so-called Black regardless. So,
because here's the thing, they were trying to have a cancer rally discussion at a breast cancer rally. We're not focusing on cancer. We're focusing on a specific one. So you coming in here trying to make it something that it was not to begin with is problematic. Because let's be clear,
I don't think she was trying to do that.
There's the Black community.
It's a lot of it is I was just about to say, honest to God, sorry Perk for cutting you off, but it really hurts me. It really hurts me to see how really conditioned we've been, so fucking conditioned to hate ourselves. Because it can't be love. That is self-hate, that you will argue. I'm choosing to believe that she just really did not comprehend. I love Andrew. And I'm not trying to make it about her specifically, because there was a lot of people that came up here on his panel and even in the chat that were literally hearing the opposite of what IG was saying. And I'm choosing to believe that is an unconscious self-hate of programming that's been put into us, that you will argue about us putting ourselves first. Yes, that goes back to that you said, not feeling worthy, that you would not, because I don't know how we could argue not putting us first. We've seen time after time what not putting us first has done for us. We've even talking about we need allies. We've always made ourselves allies to others, and they have not returned the favor. I'm not saying that we should not continue in
the women's rights movement.
I completely understand, because when IG first started talking that shit, like that's why I had to start asking him questions, because I had that initial energetic response too, like, oh my God, I don't want to hear nothing more about Black people not being on the same page. We all fucking Black, we all in the system, we all getting abused, we all getting exploited, we all da 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 da. Like I was at the surface level with it. Like that was my initial emotional response to what he was saying, but then I had to keep asking questions and listening to what he was saying and how he was breaking it down. And then once I actually was able to hear where he was actually coming from, I was like, oh, this all makes sense. And then none of that energetic feedback came back to me again, which is why I knew Andrew, as much as she kept saying, I understand, you couldn't and you didn't. Because if you
didn't understand,
it would have cleared it. Yeah, like it would have cleared it for you. It wouldn't be there is nothing to push back against. Like it is what it is. He's not dividing the Black community in a negative way. He is being very nuanced and talking about, once again, the business of being Black in America, which is a business. Okay, America is in business with everybody else,
corporation,
but not in business with Black people. Like we're talking about the business of Black people and how we're going to get that business accomplished. It's not him ripping the community apart. It's not him making other people of color feel less than, or etc. We're literally talking about the business part of the.
But
that's why I came up here. That's why I came up here and started windmilling for him, because I am sick and tired of seeing people not know their history and continuously repeating the same thing over and over again. And that's what he's warning you about. Stop doing the same thing and expecting different results. How long do we continue? James Baldwin was asking that question. Malcolm asked the question. Martin Luther King asked the question, and she brought up Martin Luther King. But even Martin Luther King was later down the line was upset and said that he didn't realize that he was actually advocating for his community to be in a burning house. So even he had some pause for the cause and said he wished he had done certain things differently. So let's not go there like this has been just this kumbaya experience. Because here's the thing. People never like for their stuff to come back to them. This is the law of reciprocity, because the same folks that are triggered are the same ones that made their distinctions when it came time to, oh, I'm not a Black American. I'm this, I'm that, I'm the other. But now when it's time for us to have the same energy, it's a problem. Like, oh my God, I can see how this is good. Like Dick Gregory said, when it's my turn to do it, then it's a problem. But you were just fine when you were doing it, right? Because you don't get these type of divides all by yourself. Someone has to participate in the divide as well. It's not like the main issue. The Black community in the United States has always been the advocates for other communities, including the diaspora. Even when it came to the controversy about what was happening in other places, those countries were concerned about what the Black people in the United States were saying. And they made it known they were concerned. Because we have always been the voice of the downtrodden. We are literally the embodiment of the Statue of Liberty for most people. But with that comes the entitlement and the audacity that they have to think that anytime a cause is supposed to come up, we're supposed to be on the front lines of it. But when it's time to practice that law of reciprocity, we get crickets. We get silence. So if you're triggered, I can't openly embrace. I'm an Aries. I don't mind being an asshole. I will be one all day, every day of the damn week. Certain things need to trigger you because that's for you to heal. The reason why you're getting triggered is because that's an issue in your life that needs to be healed. Just like there were certain things I heard today that triggered the hell out of me and made me realize, girl, you got some work to do in that area, because that should not have even gotten the response that it got from you.
I want to speak to this point too. Miss Shiffin said, I just feel his points are true but irrelevant in this moment. Most are not on some inspirational beads about her being Black. And once again, this is the thing. Like IG said, he know, and this is a part of his heartbreak and his sadness for the communities, because he know that a lot of Black people, like, we historically get stuck on stupid. We get stuck on like appointing a leader, and then we walk away from the work thinking that it's all on the leader and that everything has been done. And that's hardly the case. He just doesn't want us as a people to forget that there is immense work to do, and we have to do all of it if we want to victor in this system. And appointing a so-called proper president is hardly the beginning or the end of the work. It's just a part of the laundry list of shit and business we got to get to as the damn people, like Anya was saying, as it relates to coming on down to dealing with the intergenerational transference of trauma in our families, cleaning up our communities, really educating melanated ass people, educating melanated ass children. We need to get a lot of financial literacy about ourselves as a people. We need to learn what the business of America is and how to have business in America. There's just so much work that needs to be done spiritually, emotionally, mentally, politically, economically. There's work to be done, and RG is just not gonna let the community forget it. And I'm not mad at it. He shouldn't, because we have a pathology of getting lazy. We have a pathology of falling back once we feel like we done struck out once, and then we take that win and try to turn it into a mountain of wins. Like it kind of reminds me of like you borrow money to get your bill, like to get a bill paid, but then you get into the swing of just borrowing money and you forget to actually liberate yourself. Like you forget to actually get your economics together. That's what he's basically like. That's a nice metaphor for the situation we as Black people in. Like we keep forgetting to actually make it. We keep putting the work in somebody else's hands, or we keep being half-assed about the work. We keep reducing the work to just a small portion of it. We're not handling our business, and it's why we are the little fucking caboose that could, but are we is the question. So I like the fact that the IGs are in the space as all of this is going on politically, because he's just going to be the harsh, polarizing reminder that we need to stay awake and we need to stay on the fucking job, that it does not end partly with Kamala or her administration, that it just don't end there. And you need somebody screaming that so that once again our people don't fall asleep again. Like you need people to be like, no, bitch, no. Like you need somebody to keep your ass
He's a
away.
necessary thorn in these people's side because they
demonstrating
is like IG is like the part, like he is like the John the Baptist of the disciples. You know, he's the one that's with the wild berries in his hand. Like the kingdom is at hand. The kingdom is at hand. Like he's the one running through the streets. So, like you need that as a way once again to keep people lucid, to keep people reminded of what our priorities need to be and where the rest of our attention needs to go and needs to continue to be, and etc. Like, so I appreciate that is necessary. We cannot get into these like over romanticized as things. And right now, everybody feel good, and that's great. I feel great too. I'm not gonna let nobody kill my vibe either. I'm enjoying all of this. I'm love seeing all of the togetherness. I don't care if it's shallow, if it's just for right now or whatever it is. I just love it because it's just been too hardcore on this earth for too long. So I'm happy to have a recess break, and I'm gonna appreciate it. At the same time, I'm mature enough and wise enough to know that yes, there's work to do, and I'm committed to that motherfucking work, and I'm gonna use this time to pull energy from so that I can have energy to pour into the work that we need to do as well. So we can do two things at the same time, but we should not fall into we should not over romanticize Kamala. We should not over romanticize any particular politician, any particular spiritual leader, any particular pastor, any particular nobody. It's not about any particular person. Like we always have work to do in ourselves and as a body and as a collective. We always do, and we just need to remain aware of that. Remain aware of it.
Yes,
Conscious,
and
can I
that's
just
why.
say this real quick? Can I just say this real quick, adding to your talking point? I think it is very important. If you don't think that the Adolf Foundation, Advocacy Foundation is for you, I suggest, please, I urge you to just Google, do some research, and find you a pro-Black, credible organization that is teaching politics. I know a lot of people were offended when he was making the statement about Charlamagne the God being a dropout, but here's the reality. It is okay for us to have conversations with people that don't have the knowledge and the resources, but we all should be in spaces where there are people. Two things can be true at the same time. If there are people that specialize in the knowledge and information of our political environment, then we need to engage. We need that information. We need to be in those spaces. We need to share the information. You will not go into a doctor's office or a surgery room and have someone operate on you that does not have a medical license. We need to stop being so offended about things that are true. I don't think there's anything wrong with listening to people that have studied, have degrees in political science. That's their background. That is their expertise. We don't have that information and knowledge, but we can't sit in rooms where we can gain it and share the information. That is one of the ways, like IG and Conscious are doing, others have been doing. That's part of doing the work, spreading the information, and it's very important. I appreciate IG Conscious. I appreciate you for just constantly taking the time to have these forums for us. It get crazy sometimes, but I love all of it. I really love all of it. Andrea, I love you, sis, or whatever. I don't know what that energy was, and I hope you'll be back. I really do, because it's okay for us. Listen, that's what family does. We debate, we have arguments, we have disagreements, but when it comes down to it, if we're going to move forward and be productive and get this shit really popping, I'm here for all of this shit. We're going to move forward. This is good for us. This is how you iron out the wrinkles. Get all the shit out. Whether it's dumb, whether you feel like you're going in circles, but just get the shit out, and then let's just move forward. I love y'all. This has been good.
I love you too, boo. This was amazing, and I just want to remind that I got to echo right back behind her again and reiterate. Yeah, everybody needs to remember that everybody who's voting for Kamala is not necessarily a fan. Everybody who's voting for Kamala doesn't necessarily like her or believe in her. She's just a more practical choice amongst something else that they know they in fact damn sure don't want, which is Trump ass. So everybody not gonna have the same energy about Kamala, even if they're voting for her. And it's also okay for people to state that, because at the end of the day, long as the motherfucker voting, who really gives a fuck if they like him or love the person, regardless. So like, if our whole thing is, if it's true, if what people are saying is true, we just need to focus on voting. Well, once a motherfucker tell you that they voting for Kamala, you shouldn't be deterred or disturbed by anything else that they saying contrary to Kamala. They've already decided on their vote. So that's it. That's all. If they don't like her, they ain't gotta like her. They voting for her. They on board. They understand what we are countering, and that's good enough for me. I'm not gonna lose my motherfucking edges arguing with people who don't like Kamala. I'm more concerned if you're not voting for her. I can deal with you not liking her, because once again, it's okay that she's a means to an end. She's a politician like them all, and people have various relationships to politicians. Secondly, we do need to get out of our feelings as people of color. We do need to understand that conversations around distinguishing people of color and people of color and the other, my brain shutting down, but we need to understand people of color. It's okay for Black Americans to be a separate class of colored people from the people of color. It's okay for Black people who have claim to this land to do that. That's not dividing the fucking community. And that's really an emotional argument. It's not a factual one. Yes, it can feel that's what it could feel. That's the way it can sound like, but that's not the reality. And we have to really grow up and move beyond feelings so that we can get to the work and we can get to the point, because nobody who feel we all in this together has been able to get us our check yet. Nobody who feels that we all in this together has been able to get our goddamn 40 acres and a goddamn mule. So those feelings ain't served us either. So I am more interested in the nuancing Blackness, not as a way to say fuck other people of color, but as a way to finally get to our fucking inheritance and to get to some long awaited restitution and reciprocity in this motherfucker. This isn't about trying to separate ourselves from other Black and brown people. It's about getting to a particular bag and getting to a particular ownership and a particular claim and right. And we making this about, oh, don't make it. It just sounds like it's just, we all in this together. I can't do nothing with that. I can't do nothing with that. Look, just go cry, baby. If you're scared, go to church, cry, give it to the Lord. Because some of us trying to get to the business and trying to understand what it's going to take to make that business a reality, like other communities have been able to be, have been able to do on the soil. I know that it's the internet. We all used to leading with our emotions, but some of these conversations are more cerebral. They don't have nothing to do with your feelings. It's cerebral. It's logic. It's rooted in the left part of the brain. And we be bringing our feelings to a mental, to an intellectual, to an academic dialogue that ain't got shit to do with feelings. It got to do with history. It got to do with a lineage. It got to do with all this factual shit. It got to do with all this shit that we can measure, that we can trace, that we can use as a lightning rod to our cause as those descendants.
Conscious. Can I say something, please? In regards to Andrea, I really think she just did not understand. And I think she wanted to understand.
Then she needed to stop saying I understand, because see, the fact that she kept saying she understood was keeping her from actually understanding.
Yeah.
You know, she needed to stop. If she didn't understand, then because she said, because to your point, she did say that at one point. She said, you know, I want to understand. That's why I was like, but why you keep saying you understand something you really don't understand? You really don't. I know you don't understand. Why?
Yeah.
You know, just listen. Like you asserting your own emotions and having this emotional experience of what IG is saying, and it's completely contrary to what it is he's actually talking about. Like, you know, but she just got hung up in that loop.
Yeah, she got.
That's also part of critical thinking is the ability to be able to hear different opinions and evaluate them.
I mean, yeah, but she just did not. She just was not understanding. She just was not. She wouldn't She didn't understand it.
And that's okay, because you know sometimes you got to hear it a different way. Sometimes you got to hear from a different person.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
IG can't teach everybody. Just like, you know, every teacher can't teach every student. Everybody got a different learning style. So maybe some people, because a black doll baby in the chat, she don't get it either. IG done been talking this for the past 2 weeks. He done been on the panel for 4 hours, 5 hours at a damn time, breaking this shit down. He was up here for hours today. Some people just maybe can hear it and get it, but they just can't get it from IG. They would have to hear it from someone else. They would have to have it delivered, in a different fashion, because I know, like with me, I can't hear the same message just from everybody who's saying it. Like, it's only going to hit me based upon the way it's delivered by whomever it is that I'd be like, oh, okay, I can hear that. Like, I got it this time. So everybody like that. So maybe everybody just can't get it, but nonetheless, I really feel like it don't even take all that, because it's not rocket science, really. It's just like I don't understand what also is the difficult part. I mean, nobody wanted to admit that they wanted that. What their problem was that it just sounded divisive. They kept trying to even explain that. Well, no, it's that it is divisive. You can't say that if you're also saying you understand and agree that Black people should be distinguished from people of color, that descendants of slaves on this landmass need to be distinguished, because there's certain things that they experience, and that's true to their lineage and their heritage, and that need to be done for and provide it to them. That's period. So if you understand that, then how can your brain still turn that into a, but it sounds like he's dividing the Black community, and it sounds like he's breaking us all up, and that's why I said I'm willing to believe that the people who struggle to understand really were the Black people who are just suffering from fatigue and really do feel like and can see that the Black community is divided. And this conversation just sounded like another divisive conversation because Black people really do need to be standing together. But nothing the IG was saying had anything, like, it didn't take away from us still standing together and having a singular solidarity amongst one another. It didn't take anything away from that. We were literally having the context of singling Blackness out in terms of business, but not singling Blackness out in terms of a community, because we still all going to be in this racist system. Like the KKK and all of its variations, they're not going to be making distinguishes between your Black ass and my Black ass in the street. So they're still going to be targeting all of us, regardless of whether we got the paperwork and the business worked out or not. Like, we still going to all look like niggas to other people. So we all going to have, like, we all in that still together. Like, there is no way to separate ourselves from that discrimination, and these racist people don't care about that type of nuance. They don't care that, oh, like, they're not walking around like there's a difference. But we as Black people know there's a difference between us. We know what the difference is. We know why that different matters in terms of the business that we need to be in with America. But we also not stupid enough to believe that they're going to see Black people different from Black and brown people, see Black people different from people of color. We know damn well that how they gonna see us is still how they gonna see us. For those who all they see is a Black person. But that ain't what we arguing. That ain't what we even talking about when we talking about the business of America. That, like, we're talking about, once again, the business. So I don't know. It's just, I feel like if you just listen intently, there's no way to really miss it. And it's
But
not.
see, that's what I call willful ignorance. CTV, people not having the conversation in good faith, because the truth is going to be divisive at times. It has to be, because the truth is going to be the truth, regardless of who's telling it. And that's the uncomfortable fact. But that's also because, once again, our community has allowed our history not to be properly taught. There's certain things that we shouldn't have to discuss as a baseline. Because please know and understand, when I came into this chat tonight, I did not have any intention of being on this panel. But when people were pushing back against IG, and I knew exactly what he was talking about, I didn't have much of a choice, because I'm sick and tired of seeing people spew that same crap at people who have the eyes to see and the ears to hear that this has not worked. You keep saying, let's be insane. Once again, here's another lesson. We're going to be insane in and do the same thing and expect a different result. He's tired. He's tired of seeing you go down the same road. Hey, there's a mountain lion that's going to eat you at the end. And you still willfully walking down the road to be the snap for the mountain lion. How many times is he supposed to watch you do that?
Yeah.
And I say, hey, let's not be stuck. Once again, in insanity, do not walk down the road. There's a mountain lion that's going to eat you at the end. At certain points, we have to use critical thinking skills. We have to remove the emotions out of it. We have to have the real discussion. A lot of this is, I'm going to be triggered because I don't want to hear the truth. Well, too damn bad. The truth is necessary. And this is the age of Aquarius. So whether you like the damn truth or not, it's going to come to you in raw form. Because there's been a lot of times where other spiritualists were so nice and sweet and wonderful. And then when it came time for me to show up, I gave it to you raw, because you have been coddled enough. And spirit is like, it's time for you to put on your big boy and big girl panties and grow the hell up and do the work.
That's it, Perk.
Your
I said
ancestors are
until
not
when
happy
he
right
was
now. Do you
when
not
he
see
was
the writing on the
talking,
wall? Do you not
right,
see
when
what
he
the
was
ancestors
talking,
are
that's
doing
all
right
I
now?
heard. That's all I heard. I heard the urgency. And each one, and I'm telling you guys, because this has been what going like the fourth or the fifth live forum that we've done, and as far as politics is concerned now with this election, IG's passion is beginning to get more and more urgent, is more aggressive. Like, I think that he really wants, and I'm urging you as well, like, it's almost like he's like ringing the alarm, sounding off the alarm. You guys have to receive this. You have to receive this no matter which way it goes. We still have work to do. And beware, because I want you guys to understand, Conscious spoke to this earlier. Beware. They're going to go berserk when this woman gets in office. They're going to go berserk. Now, it's safe to say we're not claiming that this man is going to get into office. If that should be the destruction, we don't have to worry about anything happening to us. But we know that there's still going to be, on either side, there's going to be a war. But them people are going to be berserk. If we thought they were unhinged when they went into that Capitol during that insurrection, this is
Yep.
what I mean. Though it's more than just the politics.
Mm-hmm.
And if we don't understand what IG is talking about, it's gonna be a sad day if Kamala does not get into office, because we need to be having that conversation. What we gonna do if?
Like,
Mm-hmm.
you need to be prepared for all. Like, playtime over.
Yeah, because we can't be assuming that she
We
got it.
can't be
No, because like
assuming
we
she
don't
got
I'm
know.
it.
Yeah,
claiming
we
she got
don't know
it,
what the fuck. We don't
but
know how
right.
shit really gonna turn the fuck out.
That's right. And we all gotta
What are
have
you
an escape
prepared to do?
plan.
And I mean, we're not
And
going,
if you
have the conversation on the platform publicly, but that's something that y'all really need to sit with. Nobody's trying to fearmonger anybody, but I do think, like, to me, this feels like, I really feel like we're in the Matrix, like for real, for real, for real. When Neo awakened to the Matrix, and you found out there were other people that were awake outside of the Matrix, and they were fight. There was a war. Like, that movie is so prevalent to me in real life. Y'all have to understand, yo,
Oh,
we
Civil
got so
War.
much
I
work to
gotta
do.
see that movie. I
We
really
have so
do.
much work to do, people. Like, it ain't a game. Playtime over. We don't pop enough bottles, stroked our ass enough. I mean, of course, we still need to live. We still need to live. But like, you really need to get focused. It's not just about the fucking election. It's about our lives. Our basic everyday fucking lives. That is what's up for grabs.
and please be clear, the people who are going to want to engage with you don't give a fuck about your feelings. Know that. When they're going in those rooms and spaces and making laws to harm your community, they give zero fucks about your feelings. Have you not seen that for over 450 years? And then you got the nerve to get an attitude when somebody's telling you, hey, this is the canary talking to you. You might want to fucking listen. How much
Conscious,
more
I
does
don't
your
know.
ancestors have to do? They're literally screaming. What more do you need?
Conscious, I don't know if you can or whatever, but like, I need like some type of like metaphor, like metaphysics, something spiritual and discuss, because I feel like it's so much going on.
It's heavy. It's very heavy.
It
There's
don't feel. It don't feel. I'm gonna be
heaviness.
honest with you. It doesn't feel heavy because I feel good. It has felt heavy before, but what I feel like, what we're about to engage in, not even engage, what we're about to experience, moving ahead, is some shit that people aren't prepared for.
Yeah.
In the words of I'm gonna let a Britney Spears tell y'all. In the words of Britney,
Oh no.
you better work, bitch.
Conscious, why am I envisioning her? Why
You
am
better
I
watch
envisioning having a little thong and a pair of high heels and a ponytail just twirling?
You better what? You better do what, Britt? They better do what? Oh, okay. Like get the work then. Period. That's it. That's all, honey. Get some motherfucking
Absolutely.
look.
Your
Look, I'm
ancestors
a
are
look.
doing your part, doing their part. You need to do yours. Like I keep telling y'all, things happen in the spiritual realm first, and then it's birthed into the reality. Your thoughts, your words, your deeds freaking matter. Use your power. Stop being in willful ignorance. Stop being in a state of learned helplessness. When do you rise the hell up and use the Christ consciousness in you? When do you stop being a victim and start declaring who the hell you are?
Right, right. That goes back to the worth thing, feeling worthless. Don't feel worthy.
I
I
really
can't
need
tell
y'all to
you.
And
sit
that's
with.
due to so much psychological conditioning.
It is. I was
Like,
baffled tonight, y'all. I
But
really
at a certain point, your conditioning is your own damn responsibility. Who do you say that you are?
well, I
Because
mean,
we
yes,
already
but
heard what
I'm
the
just
world said
saying
who
it's
you
not
are.
an
So who are you
excuse.
saying you are?
I'm just saying it's not an excuse, but to rumors and T's point, it's sad because we have been conditioned to think a certain way. That's all
You
I'm
know what? I
saying.
understand. Here's my pushback. Even though I said it, it is the truth. My pushback to that is, like Per said, it's willingly being ignorant. Because when things are logic, when things are like when the data is right there in your face, when you're living the data. You're living the data.
Mm.
How do you then continue to push back against the reality of what's happening? That you're intentionally doing that. Now I feel like most people that do that are lazy because it's too much to act like, even though things for me are black and white, I had to get there too. It didn't just happen overnight. But I had to be honest with myself, which most of us need to do. I have a thing now. I like to say things. I don't talk to myself, but I do speak things out loud because I realize that some things aren't tangible. Even words aren't tangible. You can know something about yourself, but for some reason, unless you say it out your mouth, it doesn't become true.
That's true.
And so I feel like
I
a lot of
mean, two things
people,
are true at the same
yeah, I
time.
feel like a lot of people self-consciously, they'll never say it out loud that this is how they
Yeah.
are. But we know
Hmm.
all of us at one time or another, and can be presently right now in some parts of our lives. We know there are things about ourselves that we need to improve upon.
That's
We
true.
think it, but we don't do anything about it. Doesn't become tangible until we actually say it like it literally comes out of our mouth. Does it become a reality? And we put it into work.
Right. Right.
So
And
what
those who
Purple
have
is
ears to
saying
hear and
is
eyes to see
true.
know the ones that are feeling like a head dog that's hollering, that knows that I'm speaking directly to them. That's who that is for. I'm not meant for everybody. But those who I'm speaking directly to know I'm speaking directly to them.
It's okay. Iyanla does it all the time. A lot of people
Yes,
couldn't
she
take it.
do.
Most of the people loved it because sometimes what people can't say to themselves, and if they can receive it, sometimes they need it to hear it from someone else. You understand what I'm saying? Like I can imagine how Neffy felt. True story. I really, even though we saw it, I can imagine how she felt on the inside to hear this woman say something that she knew she felt that on herself. She felt that way in her core of herself, her most inner self.
And it's why her
And
ass went
so
back for episode 2, a whole nother issue.
yeah, like so, but it's just the point of like sometimes acknowledging, then the next part, stop being lazy and do the fucking work. That's why I say people be lazy because it don't take a lot to correct yourself. I'm honest to God, if the fear monger that has been placed inside of us has really fucked us up. But you gotta know that goes back to what Perk was saying. Know who the fuck you are. You can't claim to be a divine being, but none of your fucking characteristics speaks of that. Yet people love to say their power is in their vote, but y'all don't act like your power's in your vote. Because all the fuck you do is go to the poll and motherfucking make a selection and you walk back out, but you don't motherfucking stay in the fucking news. I mean, like, go to your local government. I don't even know if they make newspapers no more, but I'm pretty sure these motherfuckers don't go and sit in no council meetings. I'm pretty sure they don't know if if they trying to pass a bill for stop lines, change a law. Like people are not invested into something unless it's on a national level. If it ain't something being pushed on social media, because let's keep it real, most people don't even watch TV anymore. Everything is social media. And we'll take what social media says and don't even fucking go and Google. Even though you can't trust everything on Google, but you don't even do the research to Google, Explore, Fox, whatever it's called. You don't do no research and put no information in the search engine to find out to get more data. We are lazy. As a collective, not everybody, but as a collective, we are fucking lazy. So everything that IG and Perp and Conscious and myself have been saying, and whoever else was saying it too, no shade, but everything that we've been saying is stuff to help us move forward, progressive. We moving forward. You can't obtain what y'all want the government to give you. What we say is owed to us. We can't obtain that unless we work for it. How the fuck do we work for it? Get out here and put our foot to their fucking neck. And stop being settling and being satisfied for fucking crumbs.
And that's the chokehold that the government got the people in, because they got all black people lumped in as black, which is why it's hard to get allyship when it comes to the black community from other black and brown people, because the system be abusing their asses too. So as far as they concerned, like at surface value, they're like, no, bitch, like we all the same. Like I'm in this motherfucker going through it. I'm in here getting judged. I can't get jobs because of the color of my skin. I'm getting, like I'm discriminated against. I'm inheriting all that. And it's like, yeah, once again, at surface level, it all look like it's the same. And it is. But it's kind of like being in a friendship group. It's like, yeah, we all being bullied in school by the same motherfucking people. But I also go home and I'm abused by my dad and my mom. I'm sexually assaulted by my sister. Like, yeah, we all having a shared experience. But there's people within the group who going through that and then blah, 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 blah. Like, and that's all the black people conversation is about. It's about, yes, we all are going through a shared mutual experience of prejudice and racism, and redlining, etc. But there is a people who've been going through that, and their people been going through that, and their people been going through that, and their people been going through that, and your people went through that way after the fact. Y'all entered into a system that was created by my people and are experiencing the continued perpetual racism and patriarchy and sexism that exists. And so that's just the distinguishing. But I just keep getting the feeling that this American thing, while it is a dream to a lot of people on one hand, it's one of those like dreams that can't become a dream unless you're willing to go through the nightmare first, and then it becomes a sweet dream. And because there's so much like pain that comes with being a melanated person in this system, it's hard to even hear other melanated people, because then it sounds like the oppression Olympics to like a lot of other black and brown people. Like, well, why are you trying to make it seem like you went through much? Like, nigga, these are the facts, and these are just like histories. And if you were of true allyship and you were truly informed, like, you would not even disrespect other communities by acting like you are one and the same in this particular context, because you're not. And that's okay that you're not. It's only going to be okay if you don't realize that you're not. Because it's okay with me that you're not. It's okay with us that you're not. You're the only person who's going to be your feelings about it. being the case. And yeah, it's just time to get to the business. And once again, like I said, we live in 2024. How long have these conversations? How long have Black people been waiting? How long have Black people been fighting? How long have Black people been voting? How long have Black people been trying to get this system to lean, to bend, to yield, to nuance it? How long have we worked in solidarity with other communities, with other Black and brown communities, with other non-fucking Black and brown communities? And nobody has prioritized us, not the U.S. government. Not hell, I had somebody in the last live saying, is government assistance reparations? I said, my God, today. The fact that somebody over 30 said had to ask that honest question out loud was, is food stamps and housing considered reparations? That's how uninformed and far removed, and just how much people just don't know and they don't understand. It's like, baby, anything that anybody can get based upon like their economic situation is not reparations. If it was reparations, white people wouldn't be able to get government assistance. No other group would be able to get it. Any type of nuance that we're talking about would be something solely and exclusively that we are receiving as a people. Think of it as a club or a gang. No. So yeah, we got a lot of work to do, and we got to keep having the conversations. And yeah, those conversations are going to cause for a lot of frustrations. People ain't never heard it this way. A lot of people think that, unfortunately, we can get to where we're going by bringing everybody in, but we have been doing that the whole time. So it just doesn't work. And once again, America is business. So this is about doing actual business. And I'm going to be looking into ADOS. I'm very interested in learning more about it, about the philosophy, about the history, about the agenda, about that whole nine. So I told IG that I want to bring him in some of the members of ADOS onto the platform to really break down what they stand for, what their work is, what the mission statements are, and to just let them educate people on what this is all about, because I'm definitely ready to do it differently. As I think somebody said it earlier, if you keep doing the same shit over and over and over and over again and getting the same results, it's just like, that's just an act of insanity. It's time to do it differently. We got to rethink it, and we got to reimagine it. And yeah, we have been going in the wrong direction in the name of right for a long time now. So now it's time to make some corrective measures. So I'm here for it. But I got to get up out of here, y'all. I'm tired. I got to go to bed. I'm just tired as hell. I think
All right.
on the panel.
All right. Thanks.
Love you too,
CT.
boo.
Thank you. Love
you guys.
Good night,
Just
everyone.
remember, once you make a decision, your world will conform. But I wasn't speaking to the little you. I was speaking to the God in you. And the God in you is now unclear.
Period.
Own your power. Have a good night, CTV.
Thank you so much, Perp. God bless you, boo.
Oh, you're welcome.
All y'all. This was amazing. Yes, it was hardcore, but it was amazing. Like, hell, it's like, hey, we having real, this is, we got to have a real conversation. IG still voting Kamala. We ain't lost one. We ain't motherfucking lost one. Okay. Who y'all need to be concerned about is some people who vote in Trump, baby. Okay, not the people who vote in Kamala and don't like her. Because a vote is a vote, baby. A click and a view is still a click and a view. All right, so we're gonna continue the hard conversation. We ain't even really get to the whole situation with NAJB. I may change the title of this video a little bit, and then we'll come back later today. I mean tomorrow, and power through it, girl, because that was the whole situation. Plus, it'd have been a whole lot of other shit that didn't happen today too. So once again, the news gonna keep newsing, baby. Okay, so we'll be back, baby, on tomorrow. You guys be blessed. Thumbs up. Tell a friend of a friend of a friend. Thank you for all of the donations. Oh my God, you guys really blessed the Kane today. Thank you to all of the new subbies. Thank y'all. Y'all are just amazing. If you enjoyed yourself, Cash App, PayPal, all information is in the description box below. I'll talk to you guys soon. Peace.